Good evening everyone, hello and welcome along to the World Darts Championship live watch-along. We are back once again for day number 3 of the competition. Of course, we've already had an afternoon session today, which we was not live for. However, we're back once again. The evening session is here. We've got some brilliant games to come up on the channel tonight to watch along to, of course. We've got some competitive plays in this, I would say, the next 4 games. Some underdogs as well, who could potentially go on very decent runs in this competition that we're going to be able to see tonight. As always, we've got 3 first round fixtures coming up, and we've also got a brilliant second round fixture to come a little bit later on tonight. So sit back, relax. We're going to be live for about the next 4 hours doing a watch along for some of these games. And we should have some really, really good matches coming up today. So, how are we all doing? Welcome along. This is it. Back once again. And as I said before, we had a morning session earlier on today, or an afternoon session, it's technically called. 4 very interesting games that went on there. We'll talk about them in a little moment's time. But as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, that is the order of play for the fixtures coming up a little bit later on. Of course, this first match I'm really looking forward to in just a moment's time. But as I said before, if you're new to streams, always do leave a like and subscription. It is very greatly appreciated. As always, we are 1 subscriber away from 1,350 subs. So I just wanted to say a massive thank you to everybody who's been on the channel over the last couple of days. We're only 3 days into this tournament so far, and the support that you guys have been bringing, the new viewers on the channel, or those of you that do leave a like, of course, it's always greatly appreciated. Just the amount of support we've had on the Sports Corner while we've been doing these live darts watch-along is very, very greatly appreciated. So just once again, a big, massive thank you to all of you that have been leaving the likes and the subscriptions and talking in the chat, because I'm not going to lie, I'm not the greatest when it comes to darts. I'm a slow learner myself. But what we've had so far is a couple of brilliant games to watch and some fantastic support on the channel. So once again, a big thank you for all of you that have been joining us always, because I never expected these darts watch-alongs to do as good as they have done. But let's talk about today's games that we had earlier on this morning. As I said, wasn't live for those games this morning. There's 4 games. So, of course, didn't really get to talk about them to a great extent, but Madaj Razma beating Toru Suzuki 3-0 in what was probably, no offence to both players, but the worst game of the tournament so far. Ultimately, Razma just not having really a great game. Suzuki having an even worse game, averaging around the 80s mark, which certainly isn't bad. A lot of people were saying that I could play better than Suzuki, and although he looked like he had a terrible game, his finishing was just completely off on the day, and ultimately, very similar to the Glen Durrant game, I think Razma was just a better player on the day and was able to comfortably win that match. What a surprise we had with Mike De Decker and Edward Folks, a 3-0 win in that game for Folks. A brilliant, brilliant match indeed that one was. Really, really good game for Edward Folks, of course, who probably never expected to realistically maybe go on and win that game. I know De Decker was always seen as the favourite to go on and win that match, but ultimately I think Folks becomes maybe the sweetheart of the PDC this year. We had Fallon Sherrick last year doing incredibly well, and I think, you know, for Folks today it is another one of those fantastic achievements that he was able to completely destroy Mike De Decker. A very comfortable win for him indeed, and I've got to say big congratulations to him, of course, going through to the next round. I believe he plays against Gary Anderson, I think. So a very good game for him, of course, a nice treat for him. And an even better treat for Ryan Murray, who got himself a very good 3-1 victory against Lawrence Illigan. And it was a very good game to watch, that one. Ryan Murray doing very well in that game, looking calm and comfortable on stage. And ultimately, in the end, he got himself a very comfortable 3-1 win. Although Illigan didn't do too bad in that game, but ultimately just couldn't beat Murray. And what a game he's got on his hands. He's going to be coming up against Michael van Gerwen in a few days' time. So very best of luck to him. It's not going to be an easy game at all. And then that final match we had this morning, the game that I was really looking forward to and had a chance to watch, was that game between Daryl Gurney and William O'Connor. Of course, Daryl Gurney winning that game 3-2, and you have to say that Daryl Gurney did not make it easy for himself to get through to the next round. He was cruising for large parts of this match and pretty much for the entirety of the game. I wouldn't say he played bad at all, but ultimately in the end, let me just pull my chair down a little bit, there we go. Ultimately in the end, William O'Connor looked like he was going to fight back in that game, got a set to his name, then got another one, and you're thinking to yourself, are we going to see a very similar Chris Dobey situation where ultimately he comes back and wins the game? But in the end, as I said, Daryl Gurney did not play bad at all in that match and came out as a 3-2 victor, which means he will actually be playing Chris Dobey in round 3. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one goes down. Both players out of form recently, struggling to get a little bit of confidence on the board, and that will be a good game to watch in a few days' time. In fact, it'll be after the Christmas break, of course. So they're the 4 games that we've got today that were already on in the afternoon period. I'm seeing, by the way, there are a lot of you in this stream. Thank you so much for all of you that have joined early on here. Hope you enjoy your night of darts, because it's going to be a fantastic night with 4 brilliant games to come up. Starting off with a game between Luke Woodhouse and Jamie Lewis, and what a game this one is going to be. Luke Woodhouse, probably the favourite in this game to go on and win it, but I wouldn't sleep on Jamie Lewis. 2 very good players on the day. A little bit distant in terms of the PDC rankings, but we know that these games tend to bring out the very best in everybody. Of course, we saw today, the prime example was with Edward Fox with a big 3-0 victory, of course. We've got Ron Muehlenkamp coming up against Boris Kirkmart. I think Muehlenkamp should go on and win this game. Kirkmart, the Croatian, he's going to have a bit of a test on his hands, but ultimately should be a good game to watch. And then what I've picked as my underdog for this tournament, could you call him an underdog considering the year he's had so far? That is Ryan Searle, of course, taking on Danny Lauby. That is another round 1 fixture, which will be a little bit later on today. I'd probably say around 8 o'clock tonight, depending on these games that go on. And then, of course, the last match of the day, Jose de Sousa taking on Ross Smith in the second round. Of course, we saw Ross Smith a few days ago play off in his game against David Evans, which he won 3-0, and it was a very, I'd say a fairly easy game for him to win in the end, comfortable 3-0 victory. He's going to have a tough task on his hands, considering the form that Jose de Sousa has been in this year. He has been on absolute fire, steamrolling this year. Of course, won one of the big trophies, which we'll talk about a little bit later on today. But the good news is the players are coming out onto the Oki for the first match of the evening. Luke Woodhouse, of course, taking on Jamie Lewis. This is going to be a very enjoyable first match, fingers crossed, that we have today. Now, looking at the chat, hope hope you're all good and well, and there's so many of you in here right now. I'm going to say I'm not the best at darts, and I'm going to try my best here to commentate a little bit more calmer than I usually do, but thanks for all of you turning up. I can see there's loads of you in here. Do leave a like and subscription. We're 1 subscriber away from 1,350, so if you can get us there, that would be massively appreciated. But Chris, hope you're good as always. Thanks for joining me. He's put his predictions in the chat. He thinks Woodhouse is going to win 3-0 against Lewis. 3-1 win for Muehlenkamp against Kirkmart. A 3-0 win for Searle against Danny Lauby. And a 3-1 win for Jose de Sousa against Smith. Rasma usually better than that, despite winning 3-0. Completely agree with you on that one. It was a very poor game indeed. He's also put in the chat, Gurney played very well despite the scoreline. And I have to agree with you on that. He played really, really well indeed, and it was a really enjoyable game to watch. And I think for Daryl Gurney's confidence, that will be a massive, massive result, because he goes into that game against Chris Dobey. And as we said before, in that game yesterday, before we were kind of a little bit worried whether Chris Dobey was going to go through or not, that kind of side of the bracket is a very good bracket to be in, because you can go on quite a run in this competition. But both players just having a few practice darts on the board. We'll have this game underway in a moment. Good to see you in the stream as always, Andy Humphrey. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you're good as always, pal. But let's quickly talk about these 2 players and what they bring to the table in this match, of course, in this round 1 fixture between Woodhouse and Jamie Lewis, as Woodhouse starts us off here. So Luke Woodhouse, he's ranked currently around 51st in the world. That was as of November at the end of the month, so he might have gone up or down very slightly, of course, with a few Winter Series games and things like that. He reached the last 32 of the World Darts Championship last year, losing 4-2 in the end to Dimitri van den Berg, which is certainly not a bad way to go out of any competition. And then he also came in the last 16 of the Player Championship finals this year, so he's had a few little runs here and there, but always been one of those players, I think, that is just on the brink of becoming a very good player, but just has a little bit of work to do before you can put him into that category as he moves up the ranks. And very similar for Jamie Lewis. As of the end of November, he was ranked 63rd in the world. And in terms of his runs in the PDC World Darts Championship, he reached the semi-final back in 2018, but didn't actually qualify last year, which was a real shame for him in the end. But he's back once again and has got a big chance to prove himself. So very even game on paper in terms of their PDC rankings. Should be a very, very good game to watch indeed. Now, Ian's put in the chat, are you streaming the game? Unfortunately, for those of you that have jumped in, I can't stream the game live because of copyright issues, unfortunately. So I do apologise about that. But for those of you that can't access the games, you kind of want a bit of a brief commentary on what's going on in the matches and, of course, reaction as always to these games, then do stick about in here. But I am very sorry that I can't, of course, stream these games live because as much as I would love to be able to, unfortunately, Sky Sports would give me, I think, a certain ban, and we wouldn't be doing any more watch-alongs live on this channel again, which would be a real shame indeed. But we'll get just into this first leg here of the first set, and Luke Woodhouse currently at 164. He tried to check out that 164 there, but ultimately with Jamie Lewis on a 194, he's going to get 3 darts here at that 82. And as I said before, I really like Luke Woodhouse as a player. He's a fantastic player on his day, and he is slowly improving over time, and I think it's the same for Jamie Lewis as well. When I looked at both players' PDC rankings, as Jamie Woodhouse gets an 82 here, checkout, which means he gets the first leg on the board. Very good checkout there on a double 16, and I think he's one of those players, Woodhouse, where he's in that bracket like a Ryan Searle and the players that are up a little bit higher in the rankings and not in that top 32 and probably 50 and above, I'd say, in the PDC rankings, that you see them often in these big PDC competitions, but they don't really tend to do much. As I said before, he got to the last 32 last year, which is certainly a fantastic performance from Woodhouse. And I think in the end he will want to try and simulate something like that once again. He'll want to look to improve and get better as a player over time, because he knows in the back of his head that he could quite easily get towards that kind of top 32 mark and lower down in the rankings and become a better player. But he's still got a little bit of a way to go. But as he currently stands, he is one leg up here, Luke Woodhouse. Jamie Lewis currently at 309 in this second leg, on for the first 180 of the day, and we have that first 180 indeed, which is fantastic to see. We do love a 180 on the board to start us off this evening, but I'll make my predictions as well, actually, because we've got 4 games coming up. I think Woodhouse is going to win this game 3-1. I think Mueller will win his game 3-1. Ryan Searle, I expect him to win that 3-0, and that's because I'm backing him as well. And I think Jose de Sousa is going to win his game 3-1, and he'll probably lose a set because he's miscounted, which is a very typical thing for Jose de Sousa to do here. But we're in the second leg. Jamie Lewis currently down at 86, and Luke Woodhouse up at 145, which means he probably is going to have at least 6 darts here at that 86, and he needs a treble 18 and a double 7 here, Jamie Lewis, to get his first leg on the board. And he's just composed himself here for a second, which is understandable. A lot of pressure. He gets the 18 and he needs the bull, but doesn't get anywhere near it, and gives the chance here for Woodhouse to check out that 145. But I see there's loads of you in the stream. There's only 3 likes on the board, so please do leave a like as always. Woodhouse here needing a double 14, and what a lovely checkout that is from Woodhouse. What a way to start the game. He's got a 145 checkout and puts himself 2 legs up to the good. And you can see how much that means to him. The celebration there. A really lovely 145 checkout to put him 2 legs to the good. Jamie Lewis already under the cosh a little bit in this game, and it gives me a little time to get the gin out. It's like an ASMR stream this at times. We'll do it the other way around this time. We're putting the lemonade in first, and then we're putting the gin in. But do put your predictions in the chat for today's games, because, as I said before, there's a lot of really good matches to come. And well, if you look at the next few days of matches, there's some really, really good ones. I think tomorrow night we've got an absolute cracker set of matches, especially in the evening. 4 very good games. I think it includes the likes of Dirk van Dijvenbode in there, and we've got Detta as well. She's in there too on that Friday night games. I think, if I just have a quick look off the top of my head, I might be horribly wrong here. No, sorry, it's the Paul Lim one. Paul Lim and Luke Humphries coming up against each other, and John Henderson as well. So some very, very good games indeed to keep your eyes out on. But as Chris put in the chat, the winner of this game is going to play Gerwin Van Price. Sorry. That's like the Dutch version of him. Gerwin Price is who they play in the next round. But Woodhouse here, looking like he is about to take the first set of the game in what is probably record time, to be honest, because he's down at 87 and he's going to have at least 6 darts with Jamie Lewis down at 241. Starts off with a 17 and then gets the 18, which means he's not going to be able to check out here. But as I said before, with Jamie Lewis being back at 241, Woodhouse has got at least 3 more darts at the double 16. And Chris put, I don't pronounce Dirk van Dijvenbode last night, I call him Dirk. It's easier, isn't it? Gerwin Van Price sounds like the Dutch version of him, does it? But double 16 for Woodhouse to take the first set of the game, and he does indeed. And that was a very, very easy first set for Luke Woodhouse in this game. And well, we didn't really see much there of Jamie Lewis, did we? Because Luke Woodhouse on a roll, including a 1-4-6 checkout, puts himself 1 set to the good, and that's probably the quickest set we've had of the game. But Woodhouse leads. Back in a second. So there we go, that's the first set of the game done between Woodhouse and Lewis, and that is probably the quickest set we've had at the World Darts Championship so far. And as I said before, Luke Woodhouse looking dominant in this game already. We didn't really get much of a chance to see what Jamie Lewis could do in the match, but fantastic. I think it was a 1-4-5 or 1-4-6 finish from Woodhouse in a leg where I think Jamie Lewis probably thought he was going to be able to get it on the board, and ultimately Woodhouse stole the leg. And then pretty much, I wouldn't even say stole the set, he's just been obliterated right now, Lewis. And I think a break has certainly come at the right time for him. He'll take a moment, Lewis, to just step back and think, well, realistically, I didn't get much to do there to prove myself and to get a leg on the board. But he's just got to improve very slightly here, because Woodhouse certainly looks like he's going to be steamrolling with the game. The man with no name has put, finally someone who actually has the ball to stream the darts. Honestly, if I could put the game live and put it on a stream, I genuinely would. But I don't want to get a copyright strike, because although this is my channel, I still have a couple of the boys who work on it, so I do apologise that I can't actually put the games on, because if copyright didn't exist, that game would be fucking right on your screen straight away, and I'd just commentate in the background. But a genuinely lovely game here for Woodhouse, and that will certainly give him the confidence going into this second leg. Just needs to keep doing what he does right now, and pretty much he will probably win this game very comfortably indeed. Alien Tenors put, when's Phil Taylor playing? Probably in the retirement league in a few years' time. I mean, he's always said he'll never come back to darts again in terms of a competitive level, but maybe one day, eh? Maybe one day. We saw him in the Paddy Power Darts at Home competition, but ultimately, I don't think we'll see him in a World Darts Championship again. The man with no names put, copyright strike for what? So basically, if I was to put the game live on stream, the actual match, I would probably get a copyright strike, because Sky owns the rights to show the darts games. So if I just streamed the games live, technically I haven't got the rights to be able to show the games. And as much as I'd love to acquire the rights to be able to show it, it does cost probably a fair whack of cash, which I don't have in the background. I wish I did. Maybe one day. But yeah, if I put the game on, I'd probably get a copyright strike from Sky. And then it means that this channel gets deleted, no doubt. So we wouldn't have a sports corner anymore, which would be a real shame. But The players just coming back out here onto the hockey for this second set as Luke Woodhouse battered Jamie Lewis in this game already. Literally the quickest set I think we've had at the tournament so far. The man with no names put, there's no crime if there's no victim, you are just broadcasting darts. It's not as if you're up for a war crime or other terrible crime. Honestly, the man with no name, that's exactly the point I'd love to make. That's exactly the point I'd love to make. If you are looking for it, and I shouldn't say this because plenty of people will just run off now, but there are a few people I think on YouTube who do tend to stream the games live, but usually the channels get deleted within about 10 minutes of them going up because there's always that one person who tries to kind of have a copyright claim and gets the channel booted off, which is nothing worse, especially if you're watching football streams. When you're trying to get a bloody illegal stream, you find one and then it's taken down for copyright. It's a fucking nightmare. But as Andy said, you're a few years too late, alien. The Mandela effect again. Chris has put in the chat, I said 3-0 Woodhouse because Lewis, not the same player as the one that reached the semi-finals in 2018. And it's a very fair point indeed. We didn't see him at the World Darts Championship last year because he didn't qualify, and he's starting to move up the rankings, but not in the way that he'd like to. He's actually moving down technically and getting further and further, well, technically further and further up, isn't it, really, rather than down. But he's not a bad player. But ultimately, Luke Woodhouse is to another level right now. But there's so many of you in here right now. We're one subscriber away from 1,350, so it would be so greatly appreciated for being able for one person to subscribe, and you'd make my day completely if we can get that one sub. But the man with no names put, some people are just sad, just reporting for the sake of it. I know, it's fucking frustrating, I tell you, honestly. Especially when as I said, when you want to stream live football matches, for example, and you find a decent stream, I don't know, you look on YouTube or you look on like Twitch or something, you get a really good stream that you watch, and then there's always the one person who's kind of like, this shouldn't be on copyright, take it down. Bloody snitch. But back to this game. Jamie Lewis currently down at 136 in this first leg of the second set, but Woodhouse here does get himself a 140 to put the pressure on Lewis. So Woodhouse at 102 and Jamie Lewis down at 136. Is he going to try and check it out? The answer is he's not going to be able to. So he is just going to try and leave his score, Lewis, and get it down for a decent finish. As for Woodhouse, we've already seen a 145 today. Can he get himself a 1 or 2 for another good finish on the board in this second set? Aliens put, soon you won't be able to film yourself. Some company will have copyright because you're using their product which you paid for. Do you know what? It's a very fair point. I know in the gaming industry, they were looking at, that's a lovely 1 or 2 finished from Luke Woodhouse. That is absolutely fantastic. And it seems like the Englishman today is having the perfect game so far. Absolutely fantastic. But, I mean, coming back to your point, Alien, it's one of those where it's probably going to get to a point where you can't do that, because I know in the gaming industry there's certain games, I'm pretty sure, that you can't actually stream live because of the copyright issues, which is mad when you think about it. So I do think we'll probably get to an age where realistically we will start to see watch-alongs and things basically not happen because of copyright, which is a real shame. Just looking right now in terms of Woodhouse doubles, he's had 100% so far. He's literally having the perfect game, and he's at 4-4-1 here, and he had a chance at a 180, but tried to go down for the treble 19 and hit the 19 instead for a 139. Not a bad score there from Woodhouse. Currently averaging at 100, while Jamie Lewis here coming in for 180 only gets himself 100 on the board, which isn't a bad score. Sorry, 140, not 100 there. But he's having a fantastic game, Woodhouse, right now. Really good start to this match. And the man with no names put, can you even play audio? You can't even play audio, I believe. I'm pretty sure that you get a copyright strike for that as well. I'll look into it. I'll certainly look into it. By the way, we're up to 1,353 subscribers. Another man with no name said you subbed, but whoever else has subbed, God bless your soul, have the Gareth Bale heart on me. Thank you so much. We're up to 1,350 subscribers, which is bloody fantastic. So thank you for all of you that have been leaving subs. We tried to aim to get 1,400 subs by the end of the year, so we've not got long left, but I think with 2 weeks left of the year, we might be able to get there. But as it stands, Luke Woodhouse here, 1 set and 1 leg up. It's been a fantastic start to this game for Luke Woodhouse, who just seems right now to be coasting away with what could potentially be the quickest match we've had at the tournament so far. And he's currently at 201. Gets himself a treble 20 or 20. And then another treble 20 for a 140, which means Woodhouse down at 61. Jamie Lewis down at 68. Gets to 20, Jamie Lewis. Then gets to 16, which means a double 16 here for the first leg of the game on the board for the Welshman. And he just can't get it on the board, which means Woodhouse here with another chance to get his second leg on the board. Checking out 61. And well, he gets 15 there, and that's the first time he's missed it today. But he's still got a chance here at the 14. He's going to go tops instead with 6. And for the first time, he's missed a double, which is very rare there. And it gives Jamie Lewis a chance here to check out this double 16 and get the first leg on the board of the game. His first dart is just a little bit too high. His second dart is much better. And that will give a little bit of confidence to the Welshman, who gets his first leg on the board. And I think it's come at the perfect time because Woodhouse looked like he was going to be running away with this game depending on what happened. But the man with no names put, love it when people claim the rights to something they don't actually own, taking the moral high ground. We will, honestly, the man with no name, we will get to a day where, as Alien said, it'll get to a point where you can't even do watchalongs because, you know, some company will claim it for copyright, saying that you're talking about their product. But it's mad, isn't it? Like, I was worried the scoreboard that I've got on my screen at the bottom, which I made, would get us a copyright strike because it's too similar to the one that Sky has got. But to be honest, I don't really care. The man with no name says Jamie Lewis's best was getting to the semis. He should have actually beat Taylor. He should have. He was on fire that year. And it's mad, as I said, because he didn't make it last year, which is bonkers when you think about it, because he's a decent player on his day, but ultimately just had a real major blip. And if you can get some confidence flowing here, you never know in a match like this. But right now, Woodhouse in this third leg of the second set at 360 after 6 starts. Jamie Lewis down at 303. It'll be interesting to see how Woodhouse reacts after that first leg going to Lewis of the game. He's got to keep his focus because he's just slightly dwindling here, the Englishman. But I guess he can afford to very slightly here. But 303 Lewis, 317 Woodhouse. I said it looked like it was going to be a fairly quick game to have finished, and well, it's getting a bit more interesting here. Because Woodhouse, who was on fire a moment ago, just slightly calmed down, although he could get a 140 here, which he does indeed from that 317. So Woodhouse now down to 177 and putting a little bit of pressure on Jamie Lewis to get a similar score. I mean, the man with no names put, like this COVID situation, PDC said no to fancy dress, like it could spread COVID or something, ridiculous rules. I don't get it. I didn't understand it because I looked through the rules and the regulations, of course, for the chance of that I was going to go to the tournament, which I was originally. And I think the one reason why people want to go to the tournament is they want to dress up. They want to have a good time. And I never understood why it said on it, well, you can't go in fancy dress, because it's not like you're going to get COVID from being in fancy dress, is it? It makes no sense. And as much as it was nice to see the crowd there on that first night, and it was nice to see them standing up and applauding, and although it said that they couldn't football chant, they were football chanting, and let's be honest, nobody was going to stop them, as Woodhouse is on here for a 78 finish, needs the double 20 and is just under, so there's a chance here for Jamie Lewis to check out this 18 on a double 9 and get a second leg to his name. Can the Welshman do it? And he does indeed. Lovely double 9 finish there. Dart gets in there first time. Lovely, lovely weighted shot. And he gets himself the second leg on the board of this second set and might have a potential chance here to get a set on the board and make this game a little bit more interesting than it was 5 minutes ago. But it's one of them where it's like, do you know what I mean? With the fans chanting and stuff, it was nice to have them there. But I think the first comment that I said when I saw the fans there is it looked like a bingo hole, which unfortunately is the way it was going to have to be because of the whole COVID shite that's going on. But it was nice to see fans in there, and hopefully, I highly doubt it, but hopefully in 2 weeks' time, when the COVID restrictions are probably not changed, although they might be for London because they do love London. Hopefully they're changed, and we can have fans back in for the fourth round and the semi-finals and vice versa. But it's it's mad, isn't it? But I mean, the man with no names asks, what's your thoughts on this pandemic, or plandemic as people call it? There was a crowd the other day, but now there's not. Weird. It is bonkers, isn't it? It's absolutely bonkers. It's something we've been talking about on this channel for God knows how long, with the different sports we cover, and it's one of those where I don't get how you can go from having a crowd one day to the very next having no crowd. It's mad, isn't it? It's absolutely mad. I mean, you've put no chance in because it will spread COVID. All of the audience should have been tested before going in, as we get a 180 there from Luke Woodhouse. Lovely 180 indeed on the board. That'll give him a little bit of confidence there as he gets himself down to 79, and that's his second 180 of this game as he looks to, no doubt, take this fourth leg of the second set with Woodhouse on 79 and Jamie Lewis all the way back at 259. He gets the treble 19, needs the double 11, and hits it first time. It's a lovely finish there from Woodhouse, and just as Jamie Lewis is getting his mojo back in this game, Woodhouse strikes back, and we're going to a deciding leg here for who takes the second set of the game. And Jamie Lewis here trying to get a 180 of his own, and he can only get a 140 on the board, which is a real shame for him, but not a bad way to start off this fifth leg of the second set. But Chris has put, do the likes of MVG and Wright and Price miss the crowd? Absolutely. I think they will, as Woodhouse here starts off with 121, which is not a bad score to keep up with Jamie Lewis. But I think there'll be certain players in this competition that will look and ultimately miss the crowd. I think Gerwin Price is definitely one of those players who loves to have the crowd on his side, and even players like MVG to a certain extent, they love having the crowd there. But there's other players which having no crowd will actually benefit, and I think potentially players, I'm not saying it off the top of my head, but there's a few different players who will probably look and think to themselves, do you know what? I don't mind it right now. I actually like having no crowd, and they'll be used to it as well, because of course we've had so many PDC tournaments over the last few months that haven't had any crowds. Of course, the last time we had one before the World Darts Championship, as Woodhouse goes for a 180 here, and of course he gets that 180 on the board to get himself down to 101. Lewis at 2-2-3, a lot of work for the Welshman to do here as Woodhouse is taking the second set on the board. Danny Max put in the chat, good commentary. Thank you very much, Danny. You absolute legend. Greatly appreciated indeed. And then the man with no names put, you're a better commentator than that useless Stuart Pike. I've got to say, by the way, if you've been watching the Sky coverage in the UK, as we've got a chance here for a 101 checkout from Woodhouse. Oh, that is lovely from Woodhouse. Another ton plus checkout from the Englishman. And he had a little blip there where Jamie Lewis was getting back into the game. But ultimately, Luke Woodhouse gets the second set on the board. And the Welshman, who's certainly been looking out of favour in this game, has got a lot of work to do if he wants to get back into this match. It's 2-0. Back in a second. So that is the second set of this game done already, and as I said about 5 or 10 minutes ago, I thought this was going to be a rapid-fire match where Luke Woodhouse was just going to win this 3-0, and do you know what, Jamie Lewis, you've got to give him a little bit of credit there. He was getting back into the game very slightly, but ultimately in the end, Luke Woodhouse has probably had a very small blip for one moment, I think, in that second leg of the second set, but after that, he's just been steamrolling on, and right now it genuinely just feels like Woodhouse is not going to miss any opportunities to finish at doubles and trebles, and realistically, as the man with no names put in the chat, he is on fire. He looks hungry to get this game done and dusted as quick as he possibly can, and you can't blame him because so far he's got himself a 1-4-5 finish on the board. There was another ton plus finish there. He looks completely hungry to have this game done within the next 10 minutes. As for Jamie Lewis, as I said, had a little brief stint there where he could get back into that match after an awful first set and did get 2 legs on the board, but ultimately Woodhouse looks completely focused. I think Lewis, in his head, will he be thinking that this game is done and dusted? Maybe slightly with how Woodhouse is playing. He's got to up his game somehow, and I think this will end 3-0 to Luke Woodhouse. But we've got some more good games coming up today. We've got another, in fact, we've got 2 more round 1 fixtures to come. We've got Ron Mueller coming up against Boris Kirkmart, the Croatian. That's a round 1 fixture a little bit later on, straight after this game between Woodhouse and Lewis. Ryan Searle, who I put down as one of my underdogs in this competition to go far, if you can call him an underdog with the year he's been having. He's coming up against Danny Lauby, and then Jose de Sousa is coming up, the special one, of course, against Ross Smith later on in round 2. But if you're new to the channel, as always, do leave a like and a subscription on the Sports Corner. We don't just do darting content. We've got plenty of content on this channel. We've got a what the hell's happened there? Let me move that up. There we go. We've got a wrestling podcast on a Tuesday. We do live football watch-alongs across the Premier League and other European leagues as well. So if you do like your football, we've got plenty of that to come. We've also got NFL watch-alongs coming next year in 2021. Now, I have no idea about NFL, but the boys on the channel who do a couple of other sports will be covering those games live as the NFL reaches the playoffs next year. And we've got plenty of other content as well. We do Champions League draws live, Europa League draws. So if you're into other sports, then well worth subscribing to us on this channel for our watch-along content. But we're going to get back underway with this game in a second. As it currently stands, Luke Woodhouse 2 sets up against Jamie Lewis, and the Welshman has barely had an opportunity to show off his talent in this game because Luke Woodhouse is finishing at every given opportunity he's got. Chris has put, how funny is it if Deswan v Searle could face each other? If Searle wins, Deswan my surprise package, Searle your surprise package. I mean, that's very true. That's very true indeed. It'd be fantastic to have that game going on. It'd be nice to get you on for that, Chris. In fact, I will message you in a little bit on Twitter. I nearly said Twitch there. Not on Twitch, on Twitter. But they're back on the stage now. Jamie Lewis, as it currently stands, is 2 sets down. He's got a lot of work to do in this game. And how quick is this game going to be done, do you think? Another 5 minutes, another 10 at the very best? Because Woodhouse, who is averaging over 100, he's looking incredibly hungry to get this game done and, well, get back to probably his room and have a week off before his... not a week off, a few days off before his second round of fixture, which, of course, will be against Gerwyn Price. And if I was Gerwyn Price right now, with the way that Woodhouse is playing, I'd be a little bit nervous because he's having a good game indeed. But Jamie Lewis here, trying to start off with a 180 and could only get himself a 140 in the end, but it's not a bad start to this first leg of the third set. In terms of how you get a promotion to a mod, if you're just in here consistently, I do tend to give mod out to well, in fact, I think I've given it out to 2 people on this channel in terms of the regulars, but I do need to go through the mods soon and add a few more. So if you're in here regularly, you do get that mod status. But I'm also looking to bring in some subscription packages soon because we have got... well, we've had subscription status for quite a while, but there's a chance here for 180 from Woodhouse. And, well, he might be finishing everything right now, but he's also getting 180s left, right and centre because that is the 4th 180 of the match, and it seems to be all Woodhouse. But is this a chance for Jamie Lewis to reply? Of course it is. 180 on the board there for Jamie Lewis as well. And Lewis down to 41. Woodhouse at 203. This game has come to life. So Lewis here at 41 has a chance to get the first leg of this third set on the board. And he's already missed the 9, so he needs 11 here. He gets a 3 and goes for the double 12. And, well, he makes up for his mistake perfectly there and gets himself the first leg of this third set on the board with a lovely double 3. And, well, it's always worrying when you miss the single first, but... he made up for that and got himself that lovely double 3. The man with no names, though, saying, I will be a regular. I followed too. That is very, very greatly appreciated, as always, the man with no name. But you could potentially get that mod status soon. If you stick around on the channel, of course, which no doubt I believe you definitely will. But Jamie Lewis already down to 376 after his first 3 darts. But a better start there from Luke Woodhouse puts him down to 367. And in terms of the doubles finishing right now, 75% in terms of doubles for Luke Woodhouse and 50% for Jamie Lewis. He's not having a bad game at all. He's doing fairly alright, Lewis, but ultimately Woodhouse just having a much better game indeed. So you can turn the audio on. Would that be copyright? I think it would still be copyright, I'm pretty sure. I will look into it because I'm pretty sure it'll still class as copyright because realistically, it's still Sky Sports rights to obviously have the audio and the video content of the darts. So I don't think I'd be able to, but if I can look into it, I can always put it on the background and turn it down a little bit so we've got a bit of ambience in the background too. But what's your free dart average? Mine's a 26. Mine's probably about 3, and that's hitting ones every time. I've got a dartboard. I'm not good at darts. I'm pretty shite at it, to be honest, but your 26 average will be much better than mine, and your 26.5 as well, the man with no name, will still be much better than mine because, yeah, I'm not the best at darts, honestly. I'm really not that good. They're claiming voices now too. Honestly, that's the thing that the man with no name, that the whole copyright laws now are mad. It is a certain point where you don't know what you can use. Like, for example, I shouldn't even be using the 180 sounds that I've got because that is technically classed as copyright. Same with the Chase the Sun music. I think every time I use it, I don't get a copyright strike, but I get a copyright claim. Which isn't too bad because it's not a strike on the channel. But if I streamed it, then I get a copyright strike because it's video content as well. It's all confusing. But Jamie Lewis here on a 40 needs tops to get a second leg of the ball. Now needs double 10, and he gets that double 10. And well, we were in this similar situation a few moments ago. He's 2 legs up in this third set, and if he wants to give himself a little bit of belief that he can come back into this game, he needs to get this next leg on the board and get a set to his name because although Woodhouse is steamrolling on, it might just knock his confidence a little bit if Lewis can make it 2-1 on sets. Woodhouse, though, down at 4-1-7 after his first 3 darts, and Jamie Lewis there, starting with a 1, but makes up for that 1 with 2 double 20s. Lovely start there for the Welshman as the pressure begins to build. And looking at the 3 set averages right now, in the first 2 sets, it was just around an 87 in that first set for Lewis and an 81 in the second set. As for Woodhouse, 100.2 in the first set, 96 in the second set, and of course we've just recently started the third set, which Jamie Lewis is currently averaging 100 in this third set, while Luke Woodhouse is averaging 84.2. So you can see a real kind of shift in the game with Jamie Lewis getting a bit more confidence to this game as it continues on as another 140 in this game, this time for Woodhouse, which puts him down to 181, while Lewis is at 322. Why is playing music such a horrible crime? If I was an artist, I would want my music to be played everywhere. The whole copyright law thing is because, realistically, they're not making money from it. They class it as stealing, which is... I understand the point to a certain extent because, of course, they want to make money off their music no matter what, but in terms of it, it is classed as stealing, and of course, if I was to monetize this video, which I don't monetize these darts watch-alongs, and I could quite easily do, but then I wouldn't have the 180 sounds, I wouldn't have the Chase the Sun and stuff on, and I just think it gives, a bit of a different atmosphere to some of the other watch-along streams that are going on, which I've got to say credit to everybody who has been doing watch-alongs, because I didn't realise there isn't a great deal of people that do them. I know the darts referee does it, I know Matthew Edgar does as well, as Woodhouse checks out 81 to get a leg to his name, and I said it before, we were in a similar position, but Woodhouse finishing is on fire right now. He just can't seem to not finish anything, and there'll be a bit of pressure on Lewis here as he tries to get 180 and gets 130 to start off this 4th leg of the 3rd set. I remember when YouTube first started, there was none of this copyright bullshit back then. Yeah, honestly, back in the day when YouTube started, you didn't have copyright laws, and well, there were copyright laws, but it wasn't all over YouTube and stuff. But might be another chance here for 180 for Jamie Lewis, and he does get that 180 indeed. Massive 180 on the board there for Jamie Lewis. He's already down to 181, and this is a real chance for him to get that set on the board and put pressure on Luke Woodhouse, who of course currently is 2 sets up in this game. Darts Connect Premium membership will be free starting tomorrow for 3 weeks. Darts Connect Premium, that's not too bad actually. Free tomorrow for 3 weeks. That's really good. That's really good. 3 weeks is not bad at all. But Jamie Lewis at 85, Woodhouse at 201 here. He's going to have at least 6 darts at this 85. He's averaging 105 in this set, Jamie Lewis, and he starts off with a 19. From that 85, he needs treble 16 and double 9. He gets treble 15 instead and gets the 1 and sets himself down at double 10, so not a bad set of darts there. And of course, Luke Woodhouse has been on 201. He's not going to be able to check out, which means there are at least another 3 darts here for Jamie Lewis to get at that double 10, of course. But Woodhouse, there's some pressure now because he's got himself down to 67. So double 10 here for Lewis to take the set. His first dart misses. His second dart misses, but it's a good marker. And if he can get this in, it'll be a massive set on the board, and he doesn't. Very, very unlucky indeed. And Luke Woodhouse on 67 has a chance to once again go from being 2 legs down back to 2 all and taking it to a deciding leg. He gets 17. Then gets 18, which means he needs double 16. What a massive 67 checkout that would be. And he doesn't get it, which is a rare miss for Luke Woodhouse, which means Jamie Lewis let off with the way that this game has gone. And he's got 3 more darts at the double 10. First dart misses, but he's a good marker. Can he get the double 10 here to take the set? And he does. It is a massive, massive finish there for Jamie Lewis because it puts him 1 set back into the game, and that might start giving him a little bit of belief with him averaging around 100 in the majority of that 3rd set. And Woodhouse, who, as I said, probably was expecting to have this game done and dusted now, is taken into another set. And Jamie Lewis looking really comfortable in this game. Can you get their scores up like what they're on? Now, it is something I've been trying to look into, the man with no name. I know there's another watch-along streamer who does darts that has been able to get up the numbers that they've got. And I don't know how he does it, but it automatically updates their scores as it goes along, as Lewis is on for 180 here. And he gets that 180 indeed to put him down at 221, and he's looking hungry as we get that 7th 180 of the match. But Woodhouse has a few ideas of his own. He tried for the 180, but only gets 70 in the end to put himself down to 334. But realistically, I want to try and see if I can get a scoreboard where I can have the actual scores totting up, because right now I've currently got a Photoshop document which I update, because all the graphics there on the bottom were made by me that I have to update as every leg goes on. I kind of want to find a scoreboard which updates the score. So if I can find one for tomorrow, we'll have a new scoreboard which will actually update with the scores. But for now, I can't find one where it automatically updates. And I know there's a streamer out there who does have a scoreboard which updates as it goes along, but ultimately, I haven't got one right now, which makes it even harder for me because I have to update, of course, with what the scores are. But currently, Jamie Lewis, after getting that 180, is down at 102. Luke Woodhouse looking a little bit more stressed here in the game. He's only down at 140. Could we see a ton plus checkout here from Lewis? He gets the treble 10, now needs treble 20, sorry, now needs the 10. A double 16 for a 102 checkout, and he only gets the 16, which means he will be down to double 8 with Woodhouse on 140. And can he check it out himself? He gets the 20, which means we won't be seeing a checkout from Woodhouse. And it gives another opportunity here for Lewis to just take even more of a foothold in this game. Chris has put, Northern Ireland will enter a 6-week lockdown on Boxing Day amid rising COVID-19 infections. Sky News understands. What a mad world we live in. What a mad world we live in. You could write them down on paper and show them to the camera. Oh God, imagine that as Lewis gets himself a leg on the board. Imagine that. That'd be a fucking nightmare. I'd be there constantly writing down on paper every 5 seconds and then lifting it up to the camera. Be a nightmare indeed. I will try and sort it out though. If I can find a scoreboard for tomorrow that updates as we go along, then I'll scrap the Photoshop one that I made, and we'll get a scoreboard on where it updates, because it'll make my life a lot more easy. I don't have to sit there and well, I will still commentate, but I won't have to commentate endlessly on these fixtures and tell you what the scores are. But by the way, just look at the subs. We're up to 1,356, so we've had a few more new subscribers. Thank you very much as always. The Gareth Bale heart on me. Very greatly appreciated for all of you that have left subs on the channel, and for all of you that have left likes as well. I know there's few dislikes, but no doubt there'll be a few people coming in thinking that this will be actual games being streamed live, which is completely understandable. But Woodhouse at 396, Jamie Lewis at 382, up in this set as it currently stands, and is in a much better position than he was a few moments ago, Jamie Lewis, because we were saying about 10 minutes ago that it looked like Woodhouse was going to be taking a clean sweep in this game. The man we don't know is saying, are scoreboards copyrightable? I hope not, because if they are, then I've copied the Sky Sports one, so it means I'll be getting a copyright strike. No, we should be alright. I just copied the Sky Sports one. Surprised nobody's claimed the darts players' names. Oh, you wait. It won't be long before they do, but Woodhouse here on for 180. Only gets 135 there in the end to put his score down to 121. Jamie Lewis all the way back here at 353. He's going to need to get a few trebles on the board of his own. Gets a 20 and a 19 and gets a 19 as well. But in terms of all that lockdown stuff, it's mental, isn't it? It's an absolute nightmare. But Woodhouse here, trying to check out the 1-2-1. Gets a treble 20, treble 15. Needs double A. Oh, it's a lovely 1-2-1 finish. I've just heard it's the 4th ton plus finish of the match for Luke Woodhouse. And he was behind in this leg, but he's just brewing full of confidence in this game of Luke Woodhouse. And that was a splendid finish there to put it one leg apiece in this 4th set. Really good work from Luke Woodhouse. Danny Lauby in the chat, scoreboard there. As I said, I'm going to try and find an updating scoreboard as we go along, because and if anyone knows of where you can find a scoreboard I can put on the screen that can keep ticking along in the background, then definitely send me a link to it. Definitely send me a link indeed. But Jamie Lewis here on for a 180. He's looking so much better. And he gets 180 indeed. The Welshman is flying in this game. That's the 8th 180 of the match. And Luke Woodhouse here has got a little bit of work to do, because Lewis is starting to certainly improve as the game goes on. Jason Knight says, hi, I'm watching this from New Zealand. Oh, wow. Thank you very much for joining us, Jason Knight. It's what you're doing a good job. Very greatly appreciated, Jason Knight. Thank you very much, buddy. Gareth Baleheart for you. But as it currently stands, Jamie Lewis at 161, Luke Woodhouse at 362, and this is turning into a belter of a match. We were saying at the first leg it looked all done and dusted pretty much, but Lewis here on for a 161 finish, gets the treble 20, only gets the 17, but gets another treble 20 to put himself down to 24, which means he will get at least potentially 6 darts at that double 12, but Woodhouse responding with 3 treble 19s, which puts him down at 95. Can Lewis get the double 12? He hits the 12, now needs double 6. And gets the double 6, and it's another lovely finish there from the Welshman. 2 legs to 1 in this 4th set. And he's got a real opportunity to take us to set 5 in this game, to the last set of what has been a thrilling match so far, you have to say. Really, really enjoyable game so far. Really enjoyable game. I'm trying to find in the background as well darts scoreboards that tick along. As I said, if somebody knows where I can get a dart scoreboard, where I can put it on the screen of the scores ticking down, then do, as I said, send a link in the chat. I have this vid in the scoreboard website, split screen. It's a very good idea. Flash Score site does that. Not sure if you could put it on here, pal. Thank you very much, Andy. Let me have a look and see if I can get it on. Flash Score Darts. Let me find it and see if I can get it on the screen. Where is it? Luke Woodhouse. See if I... Give me 2 seconds here. I do apologise. I'm doing this live on stream. You read my... Oh, I think you're reading something else there. Let me have a check. So Flash Score's going in the background. Let me see if I can get that up on the screen. I'll take the scoreboard off so you can see what's going on. If I add that in, give me 2 seconds. It'll be window capture, I think. Let me just give it a test. 2 seconds. As it currently stands, Lewis on 234, Woodhouse on 238. It's a very tight game indeed. Haha! No, that's the wrong one. Give me 2 seconds. It's that one there. Gotcha. Right. Let me just sort this out. I think I need to click the shift. Let me do that. We got 180 on the board there for Jamie Lewis. That's his 4th maximum of the game. Brilliant indeed. I will just sort out this scoreboard. Use a big calculator, hang it on the wall behind you. Do you know what would be a very good idea, actually? If I could hang it on the wall behind me, it's a green screen that I've got right now up. So let me just very quickly sort this out. There we go. Right. Now we're talking. Let me make that bigger. I mean, that isn't updating that, which is a shame. Do I need it up like that? There we go. Bang. Right, we've got it. Come on, we've got it. It will be updating in the background. So there you go. You can actually see if I take the scoreboard off. Oh, I'm moving something here. Give me 2 seconds. Let me take the scoreboard off there. Put the test. Move that to the side. And then move that. Apologies. I shouldn't be doing maintenance live on stream. There we go. How about that? And then what I could do is I could put that up on the side. Boom. And we're going to a deciding set. Lovely indeed. I should be a personal assistant, lol. I tell you what, if I could have a personal assistant, that'd be great. I'd absolutely love that. And boom. So if I have that up at all times, I assume that should update in the background. Do tell me if it is updating in the background here, but good start here potentially for Luke Woodhouse. As we're at 2 sets apiece as it currently stands. Nice. That looks so much better. It makes my life easier. Makes my life much easier. Jamie Lewis there, only getting a 59 to put himself down to 4-4-2. Much better that, to be honest. Yes. Do you know what? As much as I liked having my own... as we've got a chance here for a 180. As much as I liked having my own photoshopped scoreboards, they looked nice. That's better because it makes my life so much easier. It's updated. Come on, I could put my feet up now. That's it. I could sit back and relax and just watch. No, it makes it so much better. That's not a green screen. It's a black screen because you sat in the dark. I am sat in the dark now. Well, in fact, if I turn it off, give me 2 seconds. Where is it? I've got a filter on. That's why. Let me turn that filter off. Give me 2 seconds. Where is it? There we go. If I turn the filter off, bang. It's just a green screen in the background. It's just a green screen. Turn them lights on. Bang. Right, back to the game. Because it currently stands... It is a very, very even match. I need to say on that screen and that screen. Boom. But 52 plays 162 here. And Lewis, with 2 treble 20s on the board, he's going to get himself here a 10. Which puts him down to 32. And that is honestly the best idea. Thank you to Andy who put in the chat with the flash score. You absolute legend. It means I don't have to sit there and update it every 5 seconds now. Can really just sit back and enjoy what's going on. But what a game this has been. Jamie Lewis, you've got to give him credit. Coming back into this match and he's giving it his all here. He's really giving it his all. And well, we had a great first game yesterday in the afternoon session. We've got another fantastic first game here in the evening session. And look at the averages right now. 94.7, in fact 94.59 for Luke Woodhouse. An 88 average for Jamie Lewis. They're both playing to a very good level right now. And I've got to say their finishing has been fantastic indeed. The man with no name, Jaime then, free of charge, don't worry, I won't try to copyright claim your face. That happened to my friend once. How happened to your friend? What, a copyright claim for their face? Jesus Christ, that is absolutely ridiculous. I have never heard that in my entire life. Mental, that. I'm in a bad mood a little bit. I'm only being nice to my crush, making conversation with her. She's not replied for days. My advice, tell you stay single. You don't need a relationship there, just heartbreak. Have they just not replied at all? Like, I don't know what you can do in that situation, Chris. It's one of those, isn't it, really, where it's not what you want. It's not what you want, but I wonder what Woodhouse is thinking right now, because it's, as I said before, you've got to look at it and think to yourself that that first original set, set he won, he looked like he was just going to go on and win it within, about 10 or 15 minutes with the way he was going. He was just steamrolling on. But as we've said before, the pace of the match, you're never going to be able to keep up with the relentless pace, getting 100+ average for the majority of the game. It will die down. Only the very best, which, yes, Luke Woodhouse is, 51 ranked in the world. It's still a very good ranking, but ultimately you only see the very best players in the world, go on and, keep 100+ averages for the entirety of the game. But these two have played to a fantastic, fantastic standard. Really, really good indeed, and you've got to give credit to him. But Jamie Lewis here on a 164, Luke Woodhouse on 197, gets himself 100 on the board, and well, it's not a bad score to get here. Luke Woodhouse on a 97, Jamie Lewis on a 164. He's going to try and go for it, but starts off with a treble 1, then gets treble 19, and he needs another one on the board, which he doesn't, but gets himself down to 85. So Woodhouse here on 97 needs treble 19 and double 20. He's been brilliant on his finishing today. Starts off with a treble 7. Not what he wants. Treble 20, double 8 would be the better way for him to go right now to get a set on the board. He gets double 18 though and needs tops, and he's just over the mark. The man with no name asking, wasn't Jamie in the top 16 at one point, or top 24? He was up there a few years ago. But ultimately, he's just fell off the cliff, as I said. It's mad when you think he made the semi-final a few years ago and then didn't make the World Darts Championship last year. But he's got himself a leg on the board here. Neither player can shake each other off right now. Jamie Lewis, who probably never thought he was going to come back into this game, has got himself into a real scrap with Luke Woodhouse. And do you know what? Yeah, I have to give him complete credit because he's been, both players fantastic to watch in this game. What a match it's been. And Woodhouse, whose average currently is 93, Jamie Lewis at 87, they're slowly improving as this game continues on. My only relationship is the darts. I've already said that, Chris. I've said to myself, the only thing that I'm focused on right now is darts up until January the 3rd, and then anything else in life can be important after that. Chris said top 24, he was the man with no name. Yeah, I thought he was. He was certainly up there at one point, because I remember him, of course, being one of the seeded players to go into round 2. Just shows these players have disappeared. Winstanley, for example. That's mad. Can't find him in the darts terms. It's crazy, isn't it? Because I'm not going to say Stephen Bunting is one of those that's fell off the face of the earth, but he was good at one point. But Woodhouse here, on for a 180, gets a 140 to put himself down to 261. Jamie Lewis at 241. Needs to get himself a big score here. Gets a treble 20. Gets another treble 20. 180 would be massive here. Oh, he's hit it. That is massive. 180 on the board there, and that's 10 in the match. 5 for Jamie Lewis and 5 for Woodhouse. And, well, what a chance he's got here to potentially go on and win the game. 61 for Jamie Lewis. 201 for Woodhouse. He needs 25 double 18. He gets the outer ball double 18 to take the lead for the first time in the game, and he does. And he gets the break of throw as well to throw for the match. What a game this has been between Woodhouse and Jamie Lewis. And he's leading now, as I said, for the first time in this match. What a fantastic game this has been. And he's going to start off here with a treble 20. And another one if he can get a 180. Oh, he's rocking and he's rolling. 180 on the board there for Jamie Lewis. Imagine if he won this with a 9-darter. Let's not get too excited, but 11 180s in this thrilling match. So here we go. Jamie Lewis on 3-2-1. Woodhouse on 4-0-1. And he has a potential chance to go through. Starts off with a treble 20. Gets another one. Surely not, Lewis. Surely not. He gets 125, and the excitement there was building a little bit, but unfortunately for him, He can't get the 9-darter, but he is down to 196, and Woodhouse has just completely lost his confidence in this game, and he's been outplayed, you have to say. And Jamie Lewis here gets 96 to put himself down to 100, and Woodhouse is about to potentially be knocked out of this competition, and you can see all of his confidence has gone in this game. He probably feels in disbelief that he's got back. So Lewis on 100. What a lovely way this would be to finish the game with a ton plus checkout. He gets the treble 20, double 20 to win, and he wins it. What a fantastic game between Luke Woodhouse and Jamie Lewis. And the man who was 2 sets down in this game has surely got to have got one of the best results he's had in recent times. He beats Luke Woodhouse 3-2 in an absolute thrilling match, and he finishes it with a ton plus finish. There was 11 180s in this game. Luke Woodhouse probably thought he was going to be steamrolling through to the next round, but in the end there is Jamie Lewis who goes through 3 sets to 2. What a match. I need a breather. Be 2 seconds. Unbelievable. Take a breather. What a game that was between Luke Woodhouse and Jamie Lewis. And I tell you what, he probably never thought he was going to be going through to the next round of the World Darts Championship. But Lewis just put in what has to be, no doubt, his best performance in a long, long time. He will probably say that's the best performance he's had since that's, getting from the quarterfinals of the World Darts Championship 2018, and even that performance in the semi-finals against Taylor back at that point. An incredible, incredible game indeed. But you have to give him credit. I'm not going to lie. I didn't say that he was wrote off, but I did think Luke Woodhouse was just going to go on and win the game 3-0. And ultimately, in the end, it's a massive, massive win for Jamie Lewis. And by far, in my opinion, probably one of the best games we've had of the tournament so far. If not, I'd probably say it's the best maybe in the match. I mean, the Lowby one was incredible as well, and of course we had the game yesterday morning, which was really good at the very start. But what a match indeed. In terms of the averages of both players, there was 8 180s by Jamie Lewis, 3 for Luke Woodhouse. Mental. I thought he got 6, he got 8, which just proves how consistent he was on his 180s. In terms of the free darts average, at 92.23 for Luke Woodhouse and a 90.67 for Jamie Lewis. And I tell you what a mad game indeed. He got 18 140s in that game, 136s. His highest checkout, funnily enough, was the 100 right at the end of the match to win it. And of course, he took the lead pretty much in that game right at the very end on that final leg to seal the victory. You've got to give him credit because that was an absolutely fantastic match to watch. And I'm literally just looking at that very first set. And Luke Woodhouse averaged 100.2 in that first set. And it looked like he was just going to go on and run this game and go through. I mean, the second set, he averaged 96.04, Luke Woodhouse. And as the game progressively went on, his average just started to dwindle a little bit. And as for Jamie Lewis, it just went up and up and up. That first set, he started off on 87.71. Then his second set, he went down to 81. And by that point, you're thinking to yourself, he's out. It's another frustrating result for Jamie Lewis. But he just turned it up a notch. His average went to 94.5 in that third set. Then he dropped down a little bit to 85, but still, of course, won that set in the end with some fantastic darts, 3 180s as well, which helped him massively. And then that fifth set, 107.56 average. What a game. What a match. Well done to Jamie Lewis to going through to the next round. Absolutely fantastic game indeed. And I tell you what, big thank you as well for telling me about Flash Score, because it means I can talk about the statistics of the game a little bit more, which is always nice indeed. But what a lovely, lovely match. If you've enjoyed the game so far and you've enjoyed the watch along, do leave a like and subscription. As always, it's very greatly appreciated as we push towards 1,400 subs. We're currently at 1,355, so we're slowly pushing up there. But we're going to be moving on to our next game in a little moment, as Ron Muehlenkamp, who's ranked 49th in the world, comes up against the Croatian Boris Kirkmart, who's ranked 101st in the world. I will, of course, go through the statistics in a little bit. I've just got my headphones stuck. Give me 2 seconds here. Let me just make sure that I don't break them by sitting on them. Let me just check. Are they all right? They are indeed. Nice. Let me put them on there for a second. So, as I said, going on to that next game now. Boris taking on Ron, which will be an interesting game. Muehlenkamp versus Kirkmart. But let's have a look at the chat in a second. Danny Lauby, who do you think will win this one? I think Muehlenkamp should go on and win this, if I'm being honest with you. You know, Boris is a decent player. As Chris has put in the chat, he looked very good at the Players' Championship, only getting knocked out by Michael Smith in the end, which, of course, Michael Smith has certainly turned it up a notch towards the World Darts Championship. But it should be an interesting game. I think Muehlenkamp will win it 3-1, if I'm being honest with you. But the man we know name saying I went to school with Lewis in Cardigan. That's really cool, that. And do you know what? Fair play to him, because that was a bloody good game to watch indeed. Really, really enjoyed it. But let's have a quick look at the statistics for this match and a couple of the stats that I found out about these players ahead of this game. So Ron Muehlenkamp, originally, of course, as said, ranked 49th in the world, still is now. Of course, I checked that in November time. He reached the last 32 the World Darts Championship in 2012 and 2014, so he's certainly been around for quite a long time in the PDC. He in the last year's competition, he was knocked out in the second round. Lost eventually 3-2 to Chris Lowby, which is certainly not a bad way to go out of the competition. You know, Chris Lowby's not a bad player on his day. And of course, he's nicknamed The Bomb. As for Boris Kirkmart, ranked as it currently stands 101st in the world, he made the last 72 at the World Darts Championship 2011, which obviously isn't that amazing. But he did reach the last 64 of the Player Championship finals in 2020, of course, getting knocked out by Michael Smith in the end. He's nicknamed The Biggest, and his walkout song is Darude Sandstorm. So, that'll be an interesting one, of course, Darude Sandstorm there. But the biggest in Boris is taking on the Bomb, called, of course, Ron Muehlenkamp. The question is, can the Bomb provide an explosive performance, or will the biggest provide a potential shock on the card, you could say? In terms of the rankings, they're quite far away from each other, but it should be a very, very good match to watch indeed. And there's a lot of you in here. Thank you for the likes as well. It's greatly appreciated. As I said before, on the first day of the darts, this was a real tester for me to see whether I was going to be doing any more darts watch-alongs in the future. Categorically, there will be more darts watch-alongs to come after the World Darts Championship. I'm going to be looking to do the Premier League of Darts when that returns, a couple of the UK Opens, the ball sports. So do stick around the channel if you like your darts watch-alongs. It's going to be great, isn't it? Indeed, really looking forward to it. So much darts to come over the next few weeks, but we've got so much darts still to come tonight, because we've got Ron Muehlenkamp taking on Boris Kirkmart in a moment. My underdog choice, if you can class him as an underdog, Ryan Searle. Let me just sort this line out a second. Ryan Searle, who's going to be taking on Danny Lauby in the first round fixture. That should be a good one, of course, to see how Ryan Searle does. And then the match of the night, the second round fixture between Jose de Sousa and Ross Smith. We saw, of course, Ross Smith play a few days ago against David Evans in a very comfortable 3-0 win, but he's got a real test on his hands when he comes up against Jose de Sousa, who is certainly one of the most informed players this year, of course. Had a fantastic year in the PDC, really picking up a lot of good results. And, of course, the most important thing for him is that he did go on, of course, to win that... he did go on to win the Grand Slam of Darts, which is a good result for him, but I think he's going to be a fantastic match to watch, and you would expect Jose de Sousa in the end to go on and win the game, but you never know. We've had a few fairly feisty second round games so far. Of course, Lowby and Darryl Gurney being two of the main feisty ones that we've had, but going to be interested to see how Jose de Sousa does. So that's the second round game a little bit later on. In terms of tomorrow's game, what a night tomorrow night is. Get yourself excited because there's some fucking great games on tomorrow. It is an absolute class lineup of matches. Tomorrow from 12, Mickey Mansell takes on Hupai Puha. That's the first round fixture. Darius Labanauskas, the Lithuanian, takes on Chengan Liu in round 1. Wayne Jones takes on Kieran Tian. And then the round 2 fixture is Jamie Hughes taking on Adam Hunt. I should believe be live for that tomorrow. So do stick around on the channel because I should be live for that. But I can tell you one thing. I will categorically 1000% be live for tomorrow night's fixtures because we have got some incredible games tomorrow. In my opinion, it is the best day of round 1 of them all because tomorrow night we've got Dirk van Dijvenbode, who's taking on the World Youth Champion Bradley Brooks. We saw him at the UK Open in that youth final game, and he looked really good in that match, but he's got a massive test against Dirk van Dijvenbode, a man who has been on very good form this year. Then straight after that, we've got John Henderson, the Scotsman, of course, the Scottish player, fantastic, one of the favourites in the PDC, of course. He comes up against Marco Cantelli, the Finnish darts player. And then the pick of round 1 by a country mile for me, we've got Luke Humphries coming up against Paul Lim. What a game that one is, of course. The Singapore Slinger in tomorrow night's match. That is going to be such a good game to watch. And then a great game in round 2 between James Wade and Callan Rides, of course. What a match that is going to be. James Wade, who certainly has been on form towards the end of the year, has got a tricky match against Callan Rides, who looked very good in his game, which was played, I believe, yesterday, in which he won against James Bailey 3-1. A really good match that was in the end. But ultimately, he's going to have a tough match against James Wade. So that's tomorrow night's action. Once again, I'll be live at 6:10 as I was today with that 4th round action in the evening for the PDC World Darts Championship. Cannot wait for tomorrow night. I am certainly going to be playing the drink. That's all I can say tomorrow. But the players are just coming out now. Ron Muehlenkamp coming against Boris Kirkmart. Put your predictions in the chat for this game. Be interested to see what you guys think the score is going to be of this one. But Chris in the chat says all Welsh clash between Price and Lewis. That's very true. What game that's going to be. That'll be a very fun one to watch. D'Souza, the most chilled darts player ever. He's the most chilled, but at the same time, I think he's the one of the biggest players that can't seem to count as well sometimes. He's really bad when it comes to miscounting. And then Dirk van Dijvenbode loves his aubergines. He bloody does indeed. We love aubergine farms, don't we? But both players out onto the hockey for this match. As I said, I'm going to stick with my prediction for this game of Ron Muehlenkamp winning this 3-1. But Boris Kirkmart, not looking bad this year. Certainly improving as a player. Ron Muehlenkamp, though, ranked 49th in the world. If you were to look at this from an outsider's perspective, you would expect this match to be done, not fairly quickly, but you would expect him to go on and win this. And in terms of their recent form, just looking at some of the games that Muehlenkamp has played over the last kind of few months, in his last match he beat Jacques 4-3. He lost to Andy Bolton 4-3, but he's got a few wins on the board against the likes of Andy Hamilton, which was a 4-3 win. As for Boris Kirkmart, he comes into this on the back of 2 defeats, a 6-0 defeat to Joe Cullen and a 6-5 defeat to Michael Smith, of course, at that in that match a few weeks ago in the Players' Championship. So it's going to be an interesting match, this one. Going to be a good game. And hopefully, we should have a really, really good game. The man we know says, I'm actually watching this now. A streamer streaming it. Hey, that's awesome. As I said, usually there's quite a few kind of YouTube channels that do tend to stream it and then go down after half an hour or so, and then you get another channel that comes up with it. So at least you get to sit back and watch me talk about darts while you actually get to see what's going on as well. But here we are, game number 2 of the night. Ron Muehlenkamp taking on Boris Kirkmart. I've changed it now, so we've got the scoreboard on the screen. Let me just actually rename that as scoreboards new, so I don't delete this afterwards, because I'm going to use this now. It makes my life so much bloody easier. So there we go, scoreboard sorted. I can sit back and relax and watch this game without having to consistently commentate on what's going on. But there we go, it's back up on the screen. We're underway. And we start off with Ron Muehlenkamp to throw first. Game on. And it is an interesting affair, this one, because I believe the winner of this game, if I'm correct, goes on to face, let me have a look and find out, Vincent van der Voort. So are we going to get an all-Dutch tie between Muehlenkamp and Vincent van der Voort, or are we going to get Boris Kirkmart against Vincent van der Voort? So a very good game either way, whoever goes through. But the man with no names, but is it me, or does Kirkmart look like a gangster or mafia member? He looks mean and scary. He looks like someone you wouldn't want to fuck about with, that's all I'm going to say. He does look quite a menace, but can he be a menace on the hockey? That's the question. He's starting off here with a 3-1-6 after 6 darts. As for Muehlenkamp, 3-0-4. It's a bit of a slow start to this game indeed. But, I mean, after that last match, we can't expect something nowhere near to the standard of what we had a moment ago. That game was just absolutely incredible indeed. But don't mind me for a second. I am just going to refill my drink. Got to apply more alcohol today. We just sorted out. So 195 here for Kirkmart. Muehlenkamp at 223. And I tell you what, I think this is going to be quite a passionate game, to be honest. Kirkmart already kind of nodding his head, you know, little fist pumps here and there. He looks like he's really up for this match. And we've said it before, at the end of the day, these games really do tend to bring out the very best in players, especially at the World Darts Championship. It is the Champions League equivalent, isn't it, if we're being honest, of the football. And starting here with Muehlenkamp. Gets himself 99 to put himself down to 96. Do tell me if the dart score is updating on your screens, because of course we have moved over to a new game, so I don't know if it is or not. But chance here for Kirkmart to check out this 96, with Muehlenkamp not checking out this 167. Needs treble 20 double 18. Gets the treble 20. 2 darts for the double 18. First dart of 18 hits, so double 9. And he gets the double 9 for the opening set of the game. And a lovely finish there from the Croatian, who will certainly be feeling under a little bit of pressure. It's a tough game against Ron Muehlenkamp, but he started off very well here. And the man with no names, but even Going Price would not dream of getting in his face. Yeah, if I was Going Price or any darts player, I would not be trying to aggravate a man like Boris Kirkmart, that's for sure. He does look like the type of player you wouldn't want to mess about with. But I tell you what, at the same time, as I said a moment ago, he certainly looks like a player who's got plenty of passion too. Gets himself 100 there, and he looks very confident in himself so far. A couple of nods of approval of the scores he's got. He's looking fairly happy indeed with how he started this game so far, and of course you can't blame him. The stream I'm watching is behind a bit, so you're spoiling it for me. What can I say? I'm up to date with the game. I know obviously they'll probably be a little bit behind. And to be fair, I know my stream's a little bit behind from what I'm watching as well, because I'm watching it on Now TV, so mine's a little bit behind too. It's fine, perfect. At least it's updating. I can relax a little bit more now, which is great indeed. But it's a decent start here for Boris Kirkmart in this game. Got that first leg on the board. You know, as I said, keeps nodding and approving of what he's done so far. And Muehlenkamp just looking a little bit quiet in this game. Currently averaging, right now, 83.5. Boris Kirkmart averaging 100. He's had a very good start to this game, and he just needs to get into it. You're actually a few seconds behind. Oh, it's not too bad then, actually. Because, as I said, I'm watching it on Now TV, so usually Now TV's fairly, well, not fairly behind, but just a little bit behind than the actual live coverage if you're watching it on a TV. But I don't mind being a few seconds behind. As Boris Kirkmart currently on 61, Muehlenkamp on 260, only gets 45 there in the end. And Boris Kirkmart with a chance to get 2 legs up in this game, up 61. Tries to go for 25, doesn't get it, and gets the 2. Gets the 19, needs tops now, and gets tops for a 2-leg lead in this game. It's a very good start here from Boris, who, as I said, is currently averaging around 100. Muehlenkamp averaging 75.9. It's not a good start for the Dutchman, who will certainly have to improve with how this game has started so far for the Croatian, who looks hungry. Looks very hungry for a 180 here, and is he going to get it? He's not. He's going to get a 140 in the end there, which is a real shame for him. Just have a look at the chat, see what you guys have been saying. Danny Max in a corsi behind. It has to play for him then. Come to us from him. Of course, as Danny said, it'll be a little bit behind indeed. And then Chris, I'm sat here with McDonald's chicken selects meal, with sweet chili dip, and with strawberry milkshake. The best thing to come from McDonald's, along with the breakfast menu. The burgers are so bad. I tell you what, it's one of those where I was going to order something today, but if you're regular on the channel, as we get our first 180 of the game, Boris Kirkmart there with a 180 on the board, which is always nice to see. And that is the first 180 of the game. But I was going to order something today, but ultimately, because of how awful it was yesterday, trying to get something, I thought, I'm not even going to bother ordering anything. I'd rather just go live at 6. And I'm very glad I did in the end, because what an absolute nightmare it was yesterday. How much is that now TV to get darts? Well, I'm currently paying £20 a month for Now TV. As Mueller here on 299 gets himself only 84, which is a real poor score. But I'm currently paying £20 a month, but that was on a deal. I think I'm pretty sure it's about £10 a week, or £10. I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm currently paying £20 a month for Sky Sports on Now TV. But that was in a deal at the start of the Premier League season, so I took advantage of that. He gave me £20 for the first 9 months, which is not bad at all, and it goes up to, I think, 30 quid afterwards. But I'm pretty sure they do like day passes and stuff that you can get. So if you wanted to watch it on Sky Sports, then you can get like Now TV day passes and week passes. I think if you go onto the PC World website, you can get a week pass for a tenner, which isn't too bad. But a chance here for double 16 for Kirkmart to take the first set of the game. Big opportunity for the Croatian. And he does indeed. Gets the first set on the board. And what a first set that was for Boris Kirkmart, who has not let Ron Meulenkamp get into this game at all. And well, I said that about Luke Woodhouse before and it came back to bite me. But is he going to bite me this time? As it currently stands, it's 1 set to Boris Kirkmart against Ron Meulenkamp. Be back in a moment. That is set number 1 done of this game. And, well, an interesting one again. If you could basically repeat what I said about Luke Woodhouse and change it to Boris Kirkmart, I'm pretty much going to say the same thing again. What a set there for Boris Kirkmart to get himself into. Currently, in that first set, he was averaging around 100, 100.2 in fact, for that first set, and he's looked absolutely fantastic so far. Ron Meulenkamp not really doing much in this game, looked really quiet so far, but we said that about Jamie Lewis earlier, and he got back into the game fairly quickly, so it's going to be interesting to see whether we see something similar here today. But in terms of those currently statistics of that first set is what I wanted to say. 180 so far for Boris. He's got himself 3 140 pluses, 8 100 pluses, and when you compare it to Ron Meulenkamp, he's only got 2 100 plus in terms of not finishes but darts on the board right now, 2 140 pluses as well. So he's just lacking a little bit behind Boris, who seems really on form. And in terms of checkouts, 50% of checkouts so far for Boris. We haven't seen any from Ron because he just hasn't had a chance to get to a checkout yet with how good Boris has been. Of course, Boris's highest checkout so far are 96. He's won all those 3 legs so far, so looking very comfortable in this game indeed. Danny's saying PDC.TV is £10 a month. Do you get access to the World Darts Championship on there, Danny? I'm pretty sure, I assume you don't with it being on Sky. But I know, of course, they tend to put a lot of like the PDC Winter Series and events that aren't on TV on there, which isn't, £10 a month isn't too bad, but I think if you wanted to buy tickets for the World Darts Championship, I think you had to spend 50 quid to get on the priority sale, which in the long run now, if you're on the priority sale, it was a waste of time spending that extra 50 quid anyway, because, well, unless you went to that first night, none of us are going for quite some time, I think. And then the man with no names put, who's more intimidating, Boris Johnson, Boris Kirkmart, or Boris Karloff? Well, I mean, I've got to say Kirkmart is probably running for the show there. I mean, Boris Johnson isn't intimidating in the slightest, is he, if we're being honest? I think Kirkmart looks like a very intimidating man. It says live TV coverage. I mean, if you can get it on there for a tenner, then that's not too bad. That's pretty decent, to be fair. If you can get access, £10 a month is much better than playing for Now TV. I will now get Now TV when the quarters or the semi-finals start. Yeah, what I'd recommend, if you've not had Now TV before, when the quarters and semi starts, if you're in the UK, go on to Curry's old PC World, or just search up Now TV 1 week pass, and I'm pretty sure you can get it for like 10-15 quid. If you're in America and that, of course I don't know what you do in that extent, because I assume you won't have Now TV in America and overseas, so God knows what you do in that situation. You might have like a streaming service very similar to Now TV that you can get access to these games, but if you do it around the quarters, then you should realistically get the full week's access. I mean, basically, because it finishes on January the 3rd, just buy a pass on the 28th of December, and it'll cover you for the entire week's worth of darts. So that's probably the best idea if you live in the UK. Danny Max put, I'm too poor to know, that's why I'm watching you. Hey, well, at least you got to keep up to date with the games, and as I said, if I could put the games, then I would, but I don't want this channel to go down. It's been a year of hard work to be taken down by Sky. As much as they probably love to take us all down. Right now, I'm giving them no reason to, but we're back underway in this game between Ron Muehlenkamp and Boris Kirkmart. In this second set, as it currently stands, Kirkmart leading the pack and leading the game very well indeed. He's flying in this game, and Ron Muehlenkamp has got some work to do if he wants to get back into this game. I have had Now TV many times before through my PS4. Yeah, that's the way I tend to usually run mine. I've got it through my PS4 now, which is only a few seconds behind, so it's never really a problem. But yeah, I'll never be able to get like Sky on a TV set, because one, the TV I've got is pretty small anyway, and two, it's just too bloody expensive. Danny, I'm in the USA, so PDC.TV is my only choice. Did they not show the World Darts Championship on TV in America? Because I know like darts isn't necessarily massive over in America, but I'd have thought they'd have been showing a tournament like this. Which is mad indeed. MVG is the GOAT. Never seen anyone like MVG. I mean, there'll be people out there who'll say Phil Taylor's the GOAT and Eric Bristow. But I guess if you mean of this current time, then yeah, MVG is the GOAT by a country mile, and I can agree with you that one. But in terms of all time, I think many people will say Phil Taylor was the GOAT overall. But in terms of this second set, first leg, as it currently stands, Boris Kirkmart down at 190, Ron Muehlenkamp at 182. It's a very even start to this second set, and Ron Muehlenkamp really needs to get a few legs on the board here, because right now, that first set, Boris Kirkmart was completely flying and doing very, very well indeed. I'll gladly play 39.9 to have Sky for a week. To me, that's worth it. Yeah, exactly. I think if you're watching all the darts, and let's be honest, because of COVID, no one's doing anything unless you're working and things like that, you might as well pay the 14 quid for a week and watch it, because you'll get your 14 quid's worth instantly. I mean, each session, 4 hours long, roughly. 8 hours a day, depending on if it's a morning, an afternoon, or an evening session. So realistically, you're making your money's worth within a day. But as I said, I'm currently paying £20 a month for Now TV, which was part of a deal. And yeah, absolutely worth every penny. Or else I'd be doing the same as you guys. I'd be watching somebody else doing a watch-along or illegally streaming it, as I was last year. Which is mad to think of it, because now I can actually afford to pay for Sky Sports, which is a blessing in disguise. ESPN free, too poor for cable, or just can afford internet. Oh, that's a shame, man. That's a real shame. Hopefully, at some point you can actually watch the games, but it's nice for you to be here either way. I'm very thankful that you've come here to watch me, because there's so many other people out there who are doing watch-alongs of the darts that will be so much more intellectually linked with darts than I am. I guess I'm a learner myself, but we all get to learn together about darts and the different players, which is always nice indeed. But there's a chance here for Ron Muehlenkamp to check out 72. Needs double 20 for a broker throw, and he gets the double 20. And could that be an important leg for Ron Muehlenkamp in this game? Because he hasn't been fired up in that first set, but now maybe he could be fired up in this second set. And in terms of his average, he's still only playing at a 78.29 right now, Ron. He's got a lot of work to do, even with a leg on the board in this second set. I mean, the man with no names, but I look at Taylor's opponents. His opponents were weak compared to MVG's opponents. No doubt Phil Taylor is the greatest. No one will reach the amount of trophies he won. In terms of trophies, yes, but in terms of skill and natural ability, it's MVG. Do you know what? I understand what you mean. Like, if you look at the amount of opponents these days that MVG is coming up against, the kind of the plethora of players he's coming up against now is endless. You know, you've got Peter Wright, you've got Gerwyn Price, you've got Gary Anderson, who is dropping off a little bit, but you've got Jose de Sousa, Michael Smith. The list goes on, basically, for good players. Phil Taylor, was there as many good players now than in Phil Taylor's day? I mean, it all depends on what you think, because realistically, when Taylor was there, you had, you know, Andy Hamilton, you had James Wade, Adrian Lewis at the peak of his powers, Gary Anderson, MVG was still around the block, of course. It is one of them where I do get your point, the man with no name. Taylor back in the day had one potential threat, and that was Priestley. Not Taylor's fault, I know, but MVG has more tough opponents. And then Chris's put exactly what I was going to say. Definitely Taylor, Bristow, and MVG. And the man with no name's put Taylor's opponents average high 80s or early 90s. Yeah, do you know what? It's a fair point. You can look at it now and think realistically that the standard of darts has improved massively. And it's good to see, isn't it, at the end of the day? It's one of those where, you know, averages have improved, players are getting better. And, you know, we're coming to this World Darts Championship, and I said on the very first stream I did live on the original watch-along, I went, this is the most open World Darts Championship that we've had in a long time, because MVG's coming into this slightly out of form, if you want to say it, although he did win the last big PDC tournament. But you've got, you know, Peter Wright, you've got Gerwyn Price, you've got Jose de Sousa, you've got, you know, even the middle tier players like the Van der Bergs, the Devon Pettersons, who are in form and look hungry to try and go on and win something. And we saw when World Cross won quite a while ago that outsiders can win this competition. And you know what? It's going to be interesting to see when we get into the latter stages in a few weeks' time who is at that stage and who's gone out. But that's a lovely 74 finish there for Ron Muehlenkamp, and there's a potential turnaround here in this game, very similar to Woodhouse Lewis, because that's two legs on the board for Muehlenkamp, and Kirkmart can only watch on and just give a slight nod of approval there for Ron Muehlenkamp, who is getting much better in this game. His average still only 78.29. The average for Boris Kirkmart of 100.2. Still got some work to do here in the match, but in terms of that second set, he's averaging 91.42, the Dutchman. He's improving as this game goes on. And I'm interested to see if he can keep up with this consistency, while Boris will probably feel certainly frustrated with himself. The man with no name saying in terms of trophies, Taylor is the best, but that's about it. DVDB's the world match play champion. Yeah, Dirk van Dijvenbode. No, not Dirk van Dijvenbode, DVDB. It's not Dirk van Dijvenbode, is it? My bad, I thought it was for a second there. You have to win trophy after trophy to be the greatest. Yeah, do you know what? As I said, there was a point where probably you could have said Gary Anderson was one of the best when he was, you know, 2 back-to-back World Darts Championships. But ultimately, MVG's, it is the GOAT of the last 5 years or so. You have to say he's the GOAT of the last 5 years. But Boris Kirkmart getting 140 means he's down to 206. Ron Muehlenkamp at 308. Going to have to get a decent score here to put the pressure on Kirkmart. Gets to treble 20. And gets to 20. Which means he is down here to 224. And I think just a bit of a word there to Boris Kirkmart. I don't know whether there's a bit of frustration from Muehlenkamp. I don't know what Kirkmart's doing in the background there. Maybe he's clicking in his darts together and just frustrating Muehlenkamp a little bit. But George Noble there just having a talking to the Croatian, and not necessarily anything feisty, but as I said, maybe just clicking his darts together or something like that in the background, which was just stopping Muehlenkamp from taking his darts on there. But Muehlenkamp down to 84, Kirkmart on 146. He trying to check out, but he's hit a treble 5, and he needs to he needs to improve in this second set because he's been a little bit frustrating here in comparison to that really good first set. But Muehlenkamp on 84 here has a chance to check out on treble 20, double 12 and take a set to his name and make it 1 apiece. Just takes a moment to compose himself here, Muehlenkamp, as you would expect. Gets a 20, which means he's down to 64. Then gets 14, which means he needs a bullseye and gets the outer ball to leave himself with 25. As for Kirkmart, currently on 100. Can he check out on a treble 20, double 20? Gets the 20. Gets another 20, which means we won't see a check out. Which means Muehlenkamp is coming back up here with a 25. And a big opportunity for him to get the first set on the board. For Muehlenkamp, of course, Kirkmart already with 1. And you can see the frustration building now for Kirkmart a little bit in this game. He knows that he's really let Muehlenkamp off the hook here. He needs 9 and double 8. Gets the 9. Now needs double 8. Just takes a moment to compose himself. And gets it first time. It's 1 set apiece in this game between Ron Muehlenkamp and Boris Kirkmart. And there's a little bit of an edgy game here. Muehlenkamp just rifling himself up a little bit there. Just knows how important it was for him to get that second set of the game on the board. And Boris Kirkmart, who was told a moment ago by George Noble, I think, to just stop moving around on stage and maybe clicking his darts together. And it's a feisty match, this one. And as it currently stands, it's 1 apiece. Back in a moment. And that is the second set of the game done. As you can see on the screen right now, it's 1 set apiece between Ron Muehlenkamp and Boris Kirkmart. And this is a very interesting game indeed. As I said, that first set, we talked about it, and we said that Boris Kirkmart was looking very, very comfortable in this game. But Ron Muehlenkamp taking a moment to compose himself, come out back onto the hockey, and has done really good indeed to get himself to 1 set apiece in this match. In terms of the statistics right now, overall, Muehlenkamp has certainly increased his average by nearly 10. In fact, he's now at an 84.75 average. As for Boris Kirkmart, an overall average of 92.71. Let's talk about that second set in general. And what a fantastic set it was for Ron Muehlenkamp, averaging 90.18. In comparison to Boris's 85.69. Got himself 4 140s in comparison to Boris's 3 140s. Both players getting 4 100s on the board. Checked out 75% of his darts in that second set. Boris Kirkmart this time not having a chance to check out on any of his darts, of course, with 0% there. 74 is highest checkout so far. And it's quite a topsy-turvy game, this one, because I said a moment ago it was Boris who was leading the pack in this game, but now Ron Muehlenkamp's come back into it. It's a very, very topsy-turvy game, and ultimately right now, it is going to be, I think, a dogfight, this one, in terms of who goes on to win the game. But let's have a look at the chat. We'll see what you guys have been saying. The Mommy No Name saying, for me, it's the opponents. Taylor averaging 110 against players in the mid-80s average. He was not pressured when Taylor was pressured. He would crumble a few times. Taylor was in the league of his own, little to no threats. I'm not crapping on Taylor here, but just saying his opponents were weak. Muehlenkamp should not mess with Boris. He'd carve him up and hide him behind his walls. He'd probably put him up on his dartboard and use him to throw darts at his head. We've got to talk about that because, as I said, George Noble, the match referee, just having a slight talking to Boris Kirkmart. I don't know what really was going on in the background, to be honest, whether it was him clicking his darts, whether he was moving about and it just put off Ron Muehlenkamp to a certain extent, but it's those little things in the game that might just slowly add up and make it a little bit more feisty, maybe. Celebrations start coming out and things like that. So it's not a bad game to watch overall, this one, but the man with no name is saying, Taylor averaging 110 against opponent who is on 85. How is that a match? I would rather watch two players averaging mid-90s and having a good game than watching one player on 115 doing a demolition job. And do you know what? There's some very, very fair points put in there, the man with no name. Some very, very fair points indeed. Even, Chris has said you've got some good points, to be honest. But let's get back to this game, because both players are back onto the hockey here. And as it currently stands, it is one set apiece between Ron Muehlenkamp and Boris Kirkmart. We've got two more games to come tonight. And I've got to say, it's been really enjoyable so far, because we had that 3-2 win for Jamie Lewis against Luke Woodhouse. He was 2 sets down to Woodhouse and clawed his way back into the game for a massive win for the Welshman, which sees him come up against Gerwyn Price in his next game. Ron Muehlenkamp, as it currently stands, 1-1 against Boris Kirkmart. We've got Ryan Searle, who I've put as my outsider potentially in the World Darts Championship. He comes up against Danny Lauby in a round 1 fixture. And then Jose de Sousa comes up against Ross Smith in the second round fixture of the evening. It is going to be a very fun round 2 match. Of course, the special one, as he's called, will be looking for some special success tonight to put him into the 3rd round of the World Darts Championship. But we're now back underway with this game. 4-0-1 to start us off here for Boris Kirkmart, 100. As for Ron Muehlenkamp, gets himself 20 on the board, then another 20, and we'll drop down to 19 and gets a treble, which means it puts him down to 3-4-8. I mean, the man with no name spot, I appreciate good players, don't get me wrong, but I don't like demolition jobs. And even the ref wants no part of Kirkmart. I mean, if you compare the size of George Noble in comparison to Boris Kirkmart, he does not look like the type of player you want to mess about with. He's quite tall as well. I'd be interested to know how tall Boris Kirkmart is. He looks like he's 6'1", 6'2", which, when you compare him next to Ron Muehlenkamp, he's not necessarily small, Ron Muehlenkamp, but he just looks like a real big presence on the stage. And as I said, that first set, he was nodding, he was approving of himself, there was little kind of claps in his hands, and kind of happy with himself in that first set. And it's a real contrast in this second set, because he was shaking his head, you can see his movements, maybe just a little bit of nerves coming into players. Ron Muehlenkamp's here on for a 180, but only gets a 140 in the end. Most of Taylor's trophies were demolition jobs. Not his fault, he was just way too good for his opponents. Taylor hardly practiced back in the day. He would just turn up and win. I mean, one of the ones that comes to mind where it wasn't a demolition job was, I think it was the Premier League of Darts when he played James Wade and he got the 2-9 darters. He only beat James Wade. I think it was 10-8 in the end, and it was the 2-9 darters that had won him the game, which is mad indeed. But in terms of it, I do understand what you mean. It was quite often where he would come, into games and he would, to be honest, demolish players. But 56 here for Ron Muehlenkamp. But there was a chance there for Kirkmart to check out 62, but he's missed it in the end. And now a chance here for Muehlenkamp on 16 and double 20 to get the first leg of the game. Double 20 needed. First dart just a little above the double 20. Second one, he's in the double 20. And he takes a lead in this game for the first time. And Boris Kirkmart, a shake of the head. He knows that it's really given an opportunity for Ron Muehlenkamp to get back into this game. And for the first time in this match, the Dutchman takes a lead. 1 set apiece, but 1 leg to the Dutchman. Of course, the winner of this will go on to face Vincent van der Voort in the second round of the PDC World Darts Championship. If you are new to the stream as always, and you've enjoyed the watch along so far, do leave a like and a subscription. It is very greatly appreciated as we push towards 1,400 subscribers. I've seen there's plenty of new subs today, so thank you very much for those of you that have left a sub. We're only 45 subscribers away from 1,400, so you could make our Christmas by leaving us a sub if you are new as always. But back to the game. Ron Muehlenkamp currently at 4-4-4. Only 60 there for Kirkmart with his 4/5 of 6 starts, put him down to 3-4-1. And Boris Kirkmart here just needs to make sure he doesn't lose his head on stage. He's not necessarily showing a great deal of aggression here, but it's the shakes of the heads, the disapproval of the darts that he's chucking right now. He needs to keep himself calm. He starts with a treble 20. Gets another one. Maybe a chance here for the 180. And, oh, yes, he gets it. 180 for Boris Kirkmart, and that could be A pivotal moment in this leg for the Croatian as he tries to push towards a leg to his name in this second set. Only 140 there for Mueller, but it's a good enough score to keep the pressure on Kirkmart, and he starts his 1-6-1 rally with a free, which means he won't be able to check out that 1-6-1 in the end, although he is down to 78. He puts fear in players with just his presence. They were beaten before they played him. During the last few years of Taylor, career lost a bit more, but we got a 180. Give me 2 seconds because not George Noble, that's the match referee. Muehlenkamp with the 180. I mean, it'd be incredible if George Noble got the 180, but it's Muehlenkamp there with the 180, and there's a chance here for the Dutchman to check out 24, double 12, to double his lead in set 3. He gets 12. Takes a step back here, needs the double 6. Misses the double 6. He's got one more dart. He really needs to get it here with Kirkmart on 20. And he hits the 6. And this is a real opportunity now for Kirkmart to take this leg and make it 1 apiece in the third set. And he doesn't mess up. And it's 1 set apiece in the third leg. And that was a very comfortable dart there by Boris Kirkmart after Muehlenkamp's 180. Very impressive indeed. And the man with no names, but to me, Kirkmart looks very intimidating, and as I said, he's got quite an intimidating figure. He certainly looks like a type of player you wouldn't want to mess about with, which certainly might come in handy for him, that's for sure. But in terms of the averages so far, as he currently stands, Ron Muehlenkamp averaging around 90.18. He's certainly improved as the game has continued on, while Boris Kirkmart is averaging 85.69, both players currently on 44% of their doubles, 4 out of 9. In terms of set-by-set averages, it was a poor start for Muehlenkamp. First set was 70.83. In the last 2 sets, he's averaging around 90. While set 1, Boris Kirkmart averaged 100. Then he averaged 83.2 in that second set. And now, he's averaging around 88.1. Boris Kirkmart there in set number 3. The standard of play is certainly improved here for Ron Muehlenkamp. And he's just a little bit frustrated here, Ron Muehlenkamp. Just stop for a second, and I don't really know what's frustrating him here. He's just stopped for a second, and he's taking his 2 darts and gets 2 treble 19s. I don't really know what's frustrating him here. Of course, he went to the referee a few moments ago and talked about something that Boris Kirkmart had done, but still frustration on the stage for the Dutchman. Don't really know what's going on here. So he's at 160. Gets the treble 20. He's going to need another one if he wants to check out. He gets it. Needs double 20 for a 160 check out. And he gets only a 20. But with Boris Kirkmart down at 3-4-3, he's going to have at least 6 darts here at that double 10. Plenty of chances in this game. So Ron Muehlenkamp on double 10. Chance to take the lead in this third set. First dart just a little bit under. Good marker though. His second dart hits the 10, which means he's now going to need double 5. Just takes a moment to compose himself. And he's going to bust his score instead to go for the double 10. Tactical decision there, of course. He's got at least another 3 match darts at that double 10. But he might not have much of a chance because Boris Kirkmart gets himself a 180. And, well, was that bust a good idea? Because he's going to have to hit the double 10 here. Another 180 on the board there for Kirkmart. His first dart, just a little bit away, but his second dart does hit the double 10, and he tries to give himself a little bit of belief, shouting "come on" at himself after getting that double 10, and, well, it looked a little bit nervy there, because Boris Kirkmart thought he got a 180 to come back, and, well, there might be another 180 here, and, oh, yes, the 180 train has taken off. Boris Kirkmart on for a 9-darter, and that's another 180 in quick succession. Looking very strong here, but Muehlenkamp nearly got a 180 on his own there, and it's a 140 to start off this 4th set. We won't see a 9-dart chance by Boris Kirkmart. And even worse for him, only 45. A little bit inconsistent there from Boris Kirkmart after that 180 to start off this 4th leg of the 3rd set. And, well, he's been let off a little bit here. Muehlenkamp at 317, Kirkmart at 206 here as he gets 70 in his next few darts. He's certainly looking good in this game. It's very back and forth match so far between both Muehlenkamp and Kirkmart. And you don't really know who's going to take a foothold of this match, because both players seem like they could win this game quite easily. The man we know name says Boris is twitching a lot, but I wouldn't tell him to his face. And then Chris has put, watching football, darts, spending time with my family keeps my mind off things. I do have a lot of problems with my mental health. Watching top YouTubers like yourself cheers me up so much. It's greatly appreciated, Chris. You've been a long-term viewer of the channel. You're always welcome here, and it's nice that we can sit here and help with your mental health and help take your mind off things like that. So thank you very much. It's a lovely thing to say, Chris. Greatly appreciated. You always know if you ever need me, send a message, because you've got my private messages. As Boris Kirkmart gets a double 16 to make it 2 legs apiece in this third set. Who is going to take it and go 2 sets up in this match? Very, very nervous indeed right now. Both players. Topsy-turvy game. You can see the nerves on both players' faces right now. It's a very, very nervous game to watch, and very nervy indeed. That's all I can say right now. But Boris Kirkmart on for a 180. He's not going to get it though, because he gets 2 treble 20s and a 5, which puts him down to 3-7-6. And well, you can see frustrations building, because Ron Muehlenkamp just showed us on a replay that Boris Kirkmart had instantly gone up to take his throw, and Ron Muehlenkamp was just saying to him, well, just wait a second here, I want to pick up my darts first before you start chucking. And Muehlenkamp gets himself 140 to put himself down to 3-1-8. It's a good, steady flowing game, this one, and you can see the nerves and the frustrations, specifically the agitations as well, you could say, for Muehlenkamp right now. Everything seems to be getting to him. He's kind of letting things affect him, and that's the worry here. You can let Kirkmart quite easily get into the game if everything around you is constantly getting you agitated. 140 there, though, for Muehlenkamp, puts him down to 178. Can Kirkmart get a response of his own? Gets a treble 20, a treble 1, and another treble 20, which puts him down to 113. Of course, Muehlenkamp not going to be able to check out here on that 178, but he can leave himself with a decent score here. He gets a treble 20, a 20, and another one, which means he's down to 38. And Kirkmart here, he's going to have to try and check out the 113. He gets a treble 20, now needs a 13. Big chance here for Kirkmart. Tops for the set, and it's just under the treble 20. And now there's a chance here for Muehlenkamp to take the set. Double 19 required. And he gets it first time. And Muehlenkamp gets the set to his name. And it was a real opportunity for Boris Kirkmart to take that set. But Muehlenkamp strikes with a double 19. And we are going to 2 sets for Muehlenkamp. 1 for Boris Kirkmart. He's now going to have to come back in this game. And, well, he's not started off well there. Only 26 on the board. And you can see the delight on Muehlenkamp's face as he takes the lead in this game on sets. And he could start off here with 180 if he wants. He won't, unfortunately. He gets a treble 5 and 2 treble 20s. Can Boris respond with a 180 of his own? He gets a 20. A treble 20. Really needs another one here. And he gets 100 to put himself on 375. It's been a good game indeed so far. Boris could scare all of his opponents into submission. Boris Kirkmart, 2021 World Champion. Well, he's got to get a setback now in this game if he wants to get there. And do you know what? It's a very good point, actually. Muehlenkamp does look a little bit like James Wade. You're not wrong on that one. You're not wrong at all. And we've got a 180 here from Boris Kirkmart. Puts himself down to 195. That's the 6th 180 of the match. And the 180s are flowing tonight. Really, really good. 2 matches so far in the World Darts Championship Day 3 evening session. Muehlenkamp showing some swagger with his celebration. Ron, don't mess with Kirkmart. You really don't want to mess with him. And he might be on for another 180 here. He'll choose to go for the 17 and he's down to 58. Muehlenkamp on 141. He's going to have to try and go for the checkout. But he won't be able to as he only hits 20. Then goes 25. Needs a treble here to put pressure on Kirkmart. And he only gets 65 to put himself down to 76. So 58 here for Kirkmart. 18 and double 20. Gets 18. First dart hits the 20, needs double 10. And it's just a little bit higher than double 10, which means a chance here for Muehlenkamp to get 76 and get a breaker throw here at the fourth set. Treble 20, double 8 required. Gets 20. Gets 16, which means a chance here at tops for a 76 checkout for the breaker throw. And he gets the 20, which means that Boris Kirkmart now, with the chance at the double 5 to get a leg on the board. Gets the 5. Gets the 1. Now needs double 2. Spot on. Perfect there from Boris Kirkmart. Gets the double 2 and puts a leg on the board in this fourth set. He takes the lead in this fourth set early on, 1-0. And Muehlenkamp started off here with a treble 1, but makes up for it with a treble 20, but only a 5 afterwards. Very poor indeed there from Muehlenkamp, giving a chance here for Kirkmart to take advantage, but Kirkmart himself can only get 45. And that was a real opportunity for one of those players to take advantage of the low scores there for a moment. The man we know names, but during the break, Muehlenkamp disappears backstage, found later packed in a suitcase by Boris. You'll notice that all the opponents who have beaten Boris have gone missing. All this finger licking by Boris. Is there rules on this? Well, he might be on for a 180 here. That's 2 treble 20s. He might need another one. He gets a 140 to put himself down to 3-1-6, while Muehlenkamp currently sat on 3-3-7. It's been a very good game indeed. Both players, in terms of their doubles, exactly at 35% each. 6 out of their 17 doubles they have finished, which is quite interesting when you look at it in terms of the statistics of the match so far. Muehlenkamp averaging 90.18, Boris averaging 85.69. It's still very, very even in this game. Who is going to be able to get the victory in this match? So a real battle on the Ali Pali stage right now. Muehlenkamp at 240 here. Leaves himself really awkward with the 220s he's got. He's going to get 59 to put himself down to 181. As for Kirkmart here at 216, going to need to get at least a few trebles on the board. Gets one of those trebles and then gets another for a 140. That means he's now down at 76, which puts the pressure on Muehlenkamp to get a decent score here at 181. Starts with a 5 and a 20. Needs the treble massively and only gets 45 here, which means Kirkmart on 76 needs treble 20, only gets the 20, goes for double 18, and is just over. So Ron Muehlenkamp with a chance here to check out at 136. It's a decent opportunity, but he's going to have to hit 2 treble 20s. He's going to go for treble 17, then gets another one, now needs a double, and he gets 17 there. And he leaves himself down at 17. Kirkmart at 36. Double 18 required here for the Croatian for the second leg on the board. First dart just goes over. Second dart hits the 18, needs double 9. Nervous moment here for the Croatian, and he hits the 9. And it's poor darts here from the Croatian, because now Muehlenkamp with a chance at the 17 needs 1 and double 8. Gets the 1. Double 8 here to make it 1 leg apiece and steal a leg away from Kirkmart. And he does exactly that. Fantastic finish there from Muehlenkamp. And it's 1 leg apiece here in this fourth set. And we're getting a step closer to potentially Muehlenkamp winning this game. And Kirkmart here not giving himself any favours, starting off with a 30 in this third leg of the fourth set. Very, very nervous right now for the Croatian, who is just starting to lose his, just starting to lose not his passion, but getting a bit frustrated with himself, and it's starting to affect his scores in this game. Apparently it's 1-0 Sheffield United. Are you joking, Chris? Well, I'm guessing that kicked off at 8 o'clock. Is it actually 1-0 to Sheffield United? Kieran will not be happy. Of course, Kieran, big Man United fan on the channel, will be fuming if Sheffield United 1-0 up. But we've got a chance here for a 180. Going to hit treble 20 here, Muehlenkamp, then get to 20, and another treble 20, that's 140, which will put him down to 301. Can Kirkmart get a 140 of his own here? Well, he's hit a 20. He's hit another 20. Needs a treble here, and he does, to put himself down to 271. And it's very, very nervous right now on this stage as the game just starts to slowly dwindle out of the hands of Boris Kirkmart. He took the first set of the game and looked comfortable, but ever since then you can see the agitation on stage from the Croatian, and Muehlenkamp really starting to get into his own here. Very, very nervous indeed. McGoldrick after 5 minutes. After 5 minutes? Bloody hell. What a start for United. I mean, Kieran said to me it would be very Man United for them to lose the game against Sheffield United and give them the first win of the season, which is very true indeed. Chance for a switch for 19, 2 treble 20s and a 19, which means Muehlenkamp down to 62. Is going to get at least 3 darts here at that 62, and what a big opportunity this would be in the game to put him potentially a leg closer towards victory. Kirkmart only gets 45 to put himself down at 167, so 62 required here for Muehlenkamp. Gets himself a treble 10, 2 darts at double 16 for a fantastic 62 finish. First dart just out, and the second dart goes in, and what a dart that was there for Muehlenkamp, who looks like he's steamrolling his way towards the second round. Lovely finish there from the Dutchman, and Boris Kirkmart with a shake of the head and a lick of the dart. He knows now he's only 1 leg away from being knocked out of the World Darts Championship. What do you think about Durrant leaving his darts in the board during the break against Portela? The ref would not allow Diogo to pull Durrant's darts because of COVID. What a farce. Yeah, he should be taking them out. It's pretty rude. I don't know whether it was... He obviously didn't forget, because I think Portela, of course, pointed at the darts and he looked back. I don't know whether it was just a tactic from him, frustration, because he wasn't necessarily playing well in that game at all. I don't know what the motive was to leave them in the board, but ultimately, in the end, they should have been taken out. I don't know why he left him in the board. It's really rude. Really, really rude indeed. And, well, you could see Portela was going to continue practicing on stage, but very rude from Durrant. Very rude. But we're into this potential final leg of the 4th set. Muehlenkamp at 245. Boris Kirkmart at 381. Very, very nervous indeed. He has to get the next leg on the board, or else Muehlenkamp will be going through to the next round, and he'll be taking on Vincent van der Voort in the next round of the competition. And Muehlenkamp here at 145 needs to get a few trebles on the board to really put Boris under immense pressure. Starts with a treble 20. Gets another one. Are we going to see a 180 here to make him down to 65? Of course we are. Beautiful time to hit the 180. And Boris Kirkmart now under real pressure as the 7th 180 is hit of the game, and that could surely end this match between Muehlenkamp and Kirkmart. He's going to have probably at least 3 darts here at the 65, maybe even 6. He gets a bull, then gets a 3, which now means he needs double 6 for the match. And it's just wide of the mark, which means Kirkmart, if he wants to get something in this game, he's going to have to try and check out this 147. He's not going to be able to check it out in the end here, which means Muehlenkamp with 3 more darts, this time at the double 6. And if he can get the double 6 here, it is game, set, and match. And Muehlenkamp will be going through to face Vincent van der Voort. Double 6 required. Now double 3. Big moment for Ron. Doesn't hit it and leaves an awkward position for his second and last dart. And he doesn't hit it, which means Kirkmart has another chance in this game to try and hit the 103. Gets a 20. Then 17, which means he won't be able to check out in this situation. And Muehlenkamp has another chance at the double 3 to win the game. His 2 first darts were really poor. First dart doesn't get in there. Second dart doesn't, and it's left it a little bit awkward. Can he get the third dart in? Of course he can! And Muehlenkamp wins what must have been a very frustrating game for both players. Boris Kirkmart, who took the first set of the match, looked comfortable and confident on the stage. But ever since then, Ron Meulenkamp, he's got back into the game. There was a few agitations from the Dutchman, from Boris Kirkmart, something as well with the board, I think. But ultimately, in the end, he won the game. A comfortable victory for him and a 3-1 win for Ron Meulenkamp. He goes through to the next round where he'll face Vincent van der Voort in round 3. What a win for him. Ron Meulenkamp 3, Boris Kirkmart 1. Back in a moment. And that is the game done. What a win there for Ron Meulenkamp. A 3-1 victory against Boris Kirkmart. And it was a fairly feisty game, I would say. Ron Meulenkamp, as I said, looked fairly agitated at times. I don't know what really was going on. I don't know if there was something with the board. I think a few of the issues were with Boris as well, moving about. Maybe putting off Meulenkamp a little bit. But either way, he won't care because he is through to the next round and Boris is out. And looking at the scores for this game, I don't think the averages have updated, which is very, very annoying indeed for me. But I will go... they have now, which is good indeed. So I'll go through the statistics in a second. But my name is Josh, by the way, the man with no name. Hi, Josh. I have no name, of course, because you are the man with no name. But let's have a look at the statistics for this game. And overall, it was a fairly even game, you have to say, in terms of the stats. 2 180s for Ron Meulenkamp, 5 for Boris Kirkmart, but ultimately in the end it didn't come to anything for him. 18 140 pluses from by Ron Meulenkamp, 15 for Boris. In terms of 100 pluses, 34 for Boris, 28 for Ron Meulenkamp. 32.14% of checkouts from Ron, 26.9 for Boris in that game. In terms of the averages, though, 87.71 for Ron and 89.82 for Boris. And as I said, he looked like he was going to steamroll in that first set. Looked really confident in that first set. Proud of himself, very happy, nods of approvals. But ultimately, Ron fighting back very, very well indeed in the game. Let's have a look at the first set and very quickly talk about that. Of course, you can't see it on the screen. But that first set, the average was only 78.29 for Ron Meulenkamp and 100 for Boris Kirkmart. And that's why it looked like he was going to go on and steamroll the game. He looked fantastic in that match. And I thought potentially we're going to see him maybe get 2 or 3 sets. But he came back in that second set very well indeed. At 90.18 in terms of the average. Really, really good there. As for Boris Kirkmart, got 85.69. Then into the third set, he got even better. And that was a very good set, actually, because Ron Meulenkamp was averaging 95. But Boris was averaging 98.22, which is mad when you think about it. Because, you know, it was a very tight leg, but ultimately Boris cost himself a few times with poor finishes. And then finally, in set 4, 83.83 for Ron. Only 77 average for Boris. I think by that point, you could quite clearly see the frustration that was building for Boris. He was constantly head shaking, looked really dejected with himself, with how he played. And it's a good win in the end for Ron Meulenkamp, and it means we have an all-Dutch affair with Vincent van der Voort. Of course, 27th ranked in the world. That should be a very, very good match to watch in a few days' time. In fact, that game takes place, I'm pretty sure, on the afternoon session on Sunday, December the 20th. So that's when we'll see Vincent van der Voort in play against Ron Meulenkamp. But let's move on to the next game now. I'm going to shift over to the next match, which I'm incredibly looking forward to. And for me, this is going to be a good one. Let me just change the scoreboard. My underdog for the tournament here. That's not what I want. I want that. Ryan Searle taking on Danny Lauby in this next game. And Ryan Searle, as I said before, for me, had a fantastic year so far. Underappreciated, probably not. Just had a very good year overall. Let me get my stats up and I can talk a little bit more in detail about him. But currently ranked 38th in the world, of course. Nicknamed Heavy Metal for his distinct style in darts of how he looks, of course. But he made the last 16 of the World Darts Championship last year. before losing to Michael Smith 4-1 in the end. He also last year made the third round in 2020. He lost 4-3 to Gary Anderson, of course, who he faced at the World Grand Prix. He was in the last 32 of that, and he also made the last 32 of the Players' Championship finals in 2020. As I said before, he's nicknamed Heavy Metal. Have a drink of gin, apologies about that. Then we have a debutant, Danny Lauby Jr. Now, it's quite hard to find out statistics and facts about Danny Lauby. As I said, because he's a debutant, it's quite hard to find out stuff about him. But, of course, as I said, he's debuting at the World Darts Championship this year. He actually beat Gary Mawson. This is in the CDC North American Continental Cup, which allowed him to qualify for the World Darts Championship and basically represent North America. That's all I could really find out about him. But pretty much, it's going to be a fairly interesting game, this one. You'd expect Ryan Searle to go on and win it. I think he'll win this 3-0. It's a fairly comfortable game for him. And the winner of this game will be going on to face in the next round of the World Darts Championship. I am trying to find it. It's somewhere. Who are they facing? I will find it in the end. They'll be facing Jeffrey Deswan in the next round, of course. We said about it earlier, didn't we? My kind of underrated pick to go far in this competition, as well as Chris. But the man with no names put, Ryan Searle looks like Ross Noble, and I'm pretty sure I know exactly who you mean. I'm just going to search it up. Yep, exactly who, the comedian, of course. He does, doesn't he, just a little bit. And then Chris has put Ryan Searle looks like Lord Farquaad from Shrek. No, he definitely looks like Ross Noble. I think leave the Caglar Soonchu look-alike for Lord Farquaad. But I get what you mean. He does look a little bit like Ross Noble, doesn't he? But that game is going to be on in a little moment. If you're wondering the other scores for today's games, then you missed out a fantastic match earlier on between Luke Woodhouse and Jamie Lewis. Luke Woodhouse was 2 sets up against Jamie Lewis, and in the end, the Welshman came back to win 3-2 in a thrilling opening match on the evening. And that means he, of course, will be facing his Welsh compatriot, Gerwyn Price. That'll be a very good game to watch. We saw a moment ago Van Meulenkamp beating Boris Kirkmart 3-1, which means we've got an old Dutch affair between himself and Vincent van der Voort in a few days' time. And then, as I said a moment ago, the winner of this game will be going on to face Jeffrey Deswan in the next round. And I picked out Ryan Searle as my... I mean, it's hard to say him as an underdog because he's ranked 38th in the world. He should be doing all right in this competition. You would expect him to go far. But I think depending on the run, he's a very good player. He's looked really good this year. In fact, it was a shame for him at the World Grand Prix that he didn't go a little bit further in it. But it will be interesting to see how this game goes down because we've seen a few debutants in this competition do very well. Of course, we had Edward Fulks this morning, the Japanese player who basically has become the darling of the PDC World Darts Championship for a few days after his fantastic victory. But Lauby comes into this, Dan Lauby comes in with no fear, never played in this competition before. Is it going to be a little bit of a test for him? Probably is. I think it might be a little bit too big of a test for him to go on and win this game. But realistically, Ryan Searle, as I said, I think will probably go on and win this game 3-0. So do put in the chat what you think the score of this game is going to be. And of course, we should have that game underway in just a moment. Mammy No Names told me to have a look at the previous comments about Boris. Where is it? You watch now. Meulenkamp will end up missing and end in Kirchmar's basement. Bloody hell. As I said, he looked like a figure. Certainly looked like a figure, didn't he? But maybe that works out in his favour. I wouldn't want to mess with him. That's all I'll say. I wouldn't want to mess with him at all. But of course you can, Charles. You are more than welcome to ask a question in the chat. I'm going to take a guess. It's can I stream it live? But of course you can go for it indeed with a question. So here we go then. Day 3 of the World Darts Championship continues with the evening session. Ryan Searle taking on Danny Lauby. That game will be underway in just a moment as the players walk out onto the oche. But for those of you that are wondering, if you're on YouTube streams always, do leave a like and a subscription. It is very greatly appreciated. We've just had a new subscriber, so thank you very much as always. We've got more PDC World Darts Championship live watch-alongs to come over the next few weeks as the competition continues on. With how popular these darts watch-alongs have been, we are going to be doing more next year for the World Grand Prix, for the Premier League of Darts. I didn't expect them to be as popular as they have been, so thank you to everybody who's even just showed their face. Even if you've just popped in and popped out of the stream, it's greatly appreciated that you've even just had a check to see what's on the channel. Really is greatly appreciated. But we've got other sporting content as well. We've got a wrestling podcast on a Tuesday, which is called the Wrestling Corner. We've got live NFL watch-alongs coming up next year in 2021, as well as a NFL podcast. We do live football watch-alongs too, the Premier League, Liga, and Serie A, all of the European leagues. So do keep your eyes out on the channel as always. And the next time I will be live with World Darts Championship should be tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon's fixtures, we've got some very good games indeed. Mickey Mansell taking on Hao Paipuha in round 1. Darius Labanauskas, the Lithuanian, taking on Shengan Liu. Wayne Jones up against Kieran Tian. And a round 2 fixture between Jamie Hughes and Adam Hunt. And then I can categorically tell you I will be live for the 6 o'clock fixtures because it is the best day by a country mile of round 1. All 4 fixtures are fantastic to watch. Dirk van Dijvenbode taking on the World Youth Champ Bradley Brooks. That'll be an interesting game to see how Bradley Brooks does against the Dutchman. John Henderson, the fave from Scotland, of course, against Marco Cantelli, the Finnish darts player. The pick of the round 1 ties, in my opinion, Luke Humphries taking on Paul Lim. What a game that's going to be with the Singapore Slinger. And then to top it off, a nice little round 2 fixture between James Wade and Callan Rides. So that is the game that is coming up. Let's find out what happens indeed. Do you want to block Charles? Because like the man with no names, he says that all the time. He said that all the time. What, has he kept asking question? I haven't... I'm not going to lie, it hasn't even shown up in my stream. If he keeps asking it, then yeah, go for it. But that's the first time I've actually seen him come up on the stream. But we're now underway with this game between Searle and Danny Lauby. It's going to be a very interesting game here for the American who is debuting at this tournament. He's got a tough test against Searle. It's not going to be an easy game. And I'm pretty sure Searle will probably be expecting to win this by 3 sets to nothing. But can he maybe cause a little bit of a shock on the cards? We'll have to find out indeed. But starting off here, Searle already down to 1-4-2 after 9 darts. Danny Lauby currently at 3-8-4, just a little bit far behind here. And Searle at that 1-4-2 is going to have at least 6 darts at the 1-4-2, so no doubt he will set himself up here rather than trying to check out the 1-4-2. Let's find out what happens here though. Just going to move that to the side. Searle uses the heaviest weight of Dawson. And do you know what? Sometimes it works out in his favour. It does, it allows him to get a fair amount of 180. He's got I wouldn't say a very different style of throw, but he tends to kind of be a little bit more further forward than some other players. But he needs a 5-5 here. And he doesn't get a 5-5, which means he is down to 5. Lauby at 1-8-4. There's maybe a slim opportunity for Lauby to maybe get a leg on the board. But you would assume here, Searle will check out this 5. He needs a 1 and a 2. And now he needs 1. And he doesn't get 1. And well, he's letting Lauby in here a little bit. He's going to have to check out 1-3-9, which is not going to happen as he gets to 1 instantly. And I've got to say, he's fairly quick at chucking these darts, Danny Lauby. He's got an interesting style. But 1 here for Searle to take the first leg. And he does indeed. First leg on the board. And not to be harsh to Danny Lauby, but I think this will be a fairly quick game, which is a real shame for him. But as I said, there is no... What's the word? There's no shame in losing to Searle. He's 38th in the world. And, of course, Danny Lauby won't be on the board as a PDC ranked player, but we've got a 180 on the board here for Searle, who gets himself down to 2-2-1, and that was a lovely 180 indeed. And don't often get back-to-back left-handers. Yeah, I'm a left-hander as well, actually, in darts. I'm a left-handy myself, so it's nice to see 2 left-handed players on the oche right now. But Ryan Searle down at 2-2-1 here. Danny Lauby at 2-6-4. Much more of a competitive leg, this one. What can Ryan Searle do here? Gets a treble 1, gets another one. Can he get a hat-trick of treble 1s? He'll go for the 19 and only gets 29. Lowby here, though, gets a 1 himself, then gets a treble 5 and a treble 19. And you've got to say, Ryan Searle there just let off a little bit with that poor score. The man with no name saying, don't write him off yet. Yeah, I'm not necessarily going to write him off yet. I just think you would expect this game to be done fairly quickly. And that's no disrespect to Lowby. I think even himself on stage will probably think this is going to be an incredibly tough test. But, I mean, the one good thing about debutants is you never know what they're going to bring. But 96 checkout here. Oh, it's a lovely 96 checkout. Gets the treble, double 20, I think. No, treble 20, treble 18. Gets the checkout. And that was a treble 20, double 18 even. Can't do my maths, I'm awful. Gets the 96 checkout. And that is a second leg on the board here for Ryan Searle. Very good indeed. Ryan's into heavy metal. He certainly is indeed. He's got a very distinct style, you have to say, in terms of how he looks as a player. But certainly his darting ability is absolutely fantastic. So 137 here for Ryan. So I can't get my bloody words out. I tell you what, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to open my... where are they? I've got a pack of buttons. I'm going to quickly open them as Ryan Searle here gets 80 to put himself down to 202. Can Lowby get a score of his own? And what the hell is this? What is that? I've opened the pack up. What is that? What? All the buttons are stuck together. Well, that's fantastic. I've got buttons that are completely stuck together here. Unbelievable. I'll come back to them later. 145 there for Searle. Puts himself down at 57. Lowby responds with 85 to put himself down to 131. 17, double 20 now for Searle. And gets it. Which means it's a very simple set on the board there for Ryan Searle. He's 1 set up against Danny Lauby. And that was a very quick set indeed. Looking strong, Ryan Searle, the Englishman. Heavy metal on stage. Heavy metal darts. 1 set to Ryan Searle. Danny Lauby has some work to do. Back in a moment. Bloody mic wasn't on. I knew I'd do that eventually. And that's the first set completed between Ryan Searle and Danny Lauby. And that was a very quick set indeed. 1 set up against Danny Lauby Jr., who's not really had much to do in this game so far. In terms of the averages, 95.94 for Ryan Searle. As for Danny Lauby Jr., currently at 78.73, and there's the man with no names put in the chat, Ross Noble, 1-0 to the good in the game. In terms of the statistics of that first set, as I said, 95.94 currently right now, 78.73 for Danny Lauby Jr. He's got some work to do, and it could be a very quickly done game. I mean, Beer Hall Pooch has put darts players are spear chuckers in the chat. I love it. The exclamation marks, the capital letters, spear chuckers. That's a fucking great way to put it, Beer Hall Pooch. But Ryan Searle here is certainly spearing that dartboard with some very good finishes indeed, because, well, Danny Lauby Jr. has had nothing to do so far. In fact, he's not been able to even get to a point where he can check out in the match. As he currently stands, 37.5% of Ryan Searle's checkouts That's 3 out of 8. Danny Lauby Jr. currently on 0 because, well, he's not had a chance to be able to get to 1 yet. But if you're new to the stream, as always, I apologise for keep saying it. As I said, people do tend to pop in and out of the streams. Do leave a like and subscription, as always. It's very, very greatly appreciated on the channel. Pushing towards 1,400 subs. Somebody's unsubscribed. Oh, what are they doing? We're now 35. Sorry, 45 away, not 44. Darn it, that's a shame. Be up a whole pooch, but 14 words. 14 words, that's all you've got there. Darts players, spear chuckers. I mean, it's been a very quick game, hasn't it? Let's be honest so far. But we said that about the first 2 games. You know, Boris Kirkmart came into that first set, blitzed Mueller. Luke Woodhouse came into his first set, blitzed Jamie Lewis. And I know the other 2 players, in terms of their abilities, are a little bit better, you would have to say, than what Danny Lauby Jr. is right now. But we can't say necessarily that he is going to go on and get crucified here in this game and lose 3-0. We're getting a spam of 14 in the chat. I feel like I'm missing something here. We've got a spam of 14. Everyone's favourite number indeed. But as it currently stands, we've had a few games on tonight, a few different ones. Said Woodhouse beating Jamie Lewis 3-2. Mueller beating Kirkmart 3-1. As it stands right now, Ryan Searle is currently 1-0 up against Danny Lauby Jr. And I have to say, I do like Lauby Jr.'s throwing technique. Both left-handed players, currently on the hockey right now. And he does tend to throw fairly quickly, which is always nice to see. We watched Keane Barry, of course, a few days ago play with a very quick kind of throwing technique. But he's also got a very similar technique to him. And we're going to start off here with 99 for Danny Lauby Jr. to put him on 402. Ryan Searle here, down to 55 on at 446. Taking off 55 from that 401. Man with no names put 14 in the chat. I'm just going to do it myself. Let's put it in there. 14. Bang. Let's go. I feel like I'm missing a hidden joke here. But 140 on the board there for Ryan Searle. Puts him down to 306. But a 140 response there from Danny Lauby Jr. puts him down to 165. Good darts here from the young American. 2 treble 19s. He wants another one here, Searle. Gets an outer ball for the 139. Which means Ryan Searle is on a finish of 167. Danny Lauby at 165 here. All he can do is get a decent score to put him down to. Which he does indeed. It means he's at tops, which means Presser is here for Searle to hit the 167. He's not going to be able to, as he gets a 20-19 and I think a double 6. So double 20 here for Lowby, and he gets the first leg on the board, and that is exactly what the young American will need in terms of his confidence. Just get that first leg on the board and put pressure on Ryan Searle, and he puts a leg on the board. It's a good start for him. Can he start this second leg of the second set off well? He's on for a 180, and he gets 140. Not bad. He's starting to get into the swing of things here. Ryan Searle gets 20, and another treble 20 at a 20, which means 365 for the English heavy metal darts player. Looking at the stats, 300 pluses for Lowby, 5 140 pluses in comparison to Searle's 2. So looking good so far. And do you know what I have to say? This second set, Searle is looking a bit shaky here. Lowby needs to take advantage. And he does indeed by getting a 1-2-3 to put himself down to 180. But Searle's on for a 180 himself here. And he does indeed. 180 on the board. And that is exactly what Ryan Searle needed in this leg to put the pressure on Lowby, who looked like he was creeping away with this set. So Searle on 142 here. He's probably going to set himself up, which he does. Gets a 20 outer ball. And a treble 19, which means he's down to 40. Can Lowby check out this 120? Because he's going to have to try here. Gets a treble 20. Gets a 20. Needs a double 20. And just still a little bit too high, which means both players on 40. Ryan Searle for tops, which he gets. And it's one leg apiece between Ryan Searle and Danny Lauby Jr. in this second set. And in comparison to that first set, the pace has certainly improved in this game. And Danny Lauby just coming onto the stage in this second set and proving himself and basically saying to Ryan Searle, I'm not going to leave this game as quick as you think. But there's a chance here for 180. To start off for Ryan Searle, he gets a 140 to put himself down to 3-6-1 in this third leg of the second set. It's a very, very good start and a very good pace to this game. Treble 19 there. 2 treble 19s for Searle. Means he's down to 2-2-7. Danny Lauby's going to have to respond here. Only 92 there, and there's a little chance maybe for Ryan Searle just to get away in this game. 2-2-7 to 2-1-6, and he responds again, the Englishman, with another 140 on the board. Man says, didn't Lauby's father play? I recognise the name. I feel like he did. I do recognise the name myself. I'm pretty sure he was a darts player, his father. I feel like I recognise Lowby as well from the past. Chris saying, I'm sat here on Boxer Celebrations. Give you a dairy milk. That's heroes, that, isn't it? Celebrations is like Maltesers and Milky Ways, isn't it? I'm pretty sure, if my kind of knowledge on chocolates is spot on. But 1-2-1 checkout here maybe for Lowby. Gone for the outer ball. Gone for the treble 20. Oh, what a lovely check out of a 1-2-1 from Danny Lauby Jr. That was fantastic from the American there with a 1-2-1 check out. And as I said before, he does not want Ryan Searle to take a foothold of this game, and he's now really certainly getting into the swing of things in this match. Lovely, lovely check out there, and it's a fantastic set right now in terms of how things are currently right now. Danny Lauby Jr. averaging in that second set 99. Ryan Searle averaging 103. This is a very, very good game so far in terms of both of their overall averages. Ryan Searle averaging 98. Danny Lauby Jr. averaging 90. It's a very exciting game indeed. Oh, I've turned that off. Give me 2 seconds. Let me put it back up. There we go. So Ryan Searle here on 210. Danny Lauby on 3-4-7. Gets 2 treble 19s, which means he's down to 2-1-3. Can Searle get a response of his own here? Needs a few trebles. Gets 2. He's on for the 180, but he will opt to go for the bull. And this is an absolutely fantastic set of darts from both players. Searle down to a 40. Lauby down to 167, which means tops here for Searle to make it 2 legs apiece in the second set. First dart just a little bit high. Second dart spot on. It's 2 legs apiece in this brilliant second set. And Ryan Searle not giving up in this game. Fantastic leg there from Ryan Searle and Danny Lauby. Brilliant to watch. Really, really good to watch indeed. And I hope you guys have enjoyed the PDC World Darts Championship so far, because it's certainly been a thrill to watch. And he's on for a 180 here, Ryan Searle, to open up the 5th leg. But he does get a 140. Lauby here trying to respond with a 140 of his own, which he gets 137 to put himself down to 265. Very, very good game indeed. And I thought he had, Chris. I thought he had. His dad played darts in BDO and PDC from 1980 to 2019. I thought it was. I recognised the name somewhere with Lowby. I'm pretty sure I'd seen him before at the in a few of the competitions. But let's go back to the darts for a second here, because Ryan Searle gets a 140 to put himself down to 81. Danny Lauby Jr. only getting 60 to put himself down to 148. And there's a real opportunity here for Ryan Searle to make it 2 sets to nothing and just take away that positivity from Danny Lauby, who looked comfortable to challenge Ryan Searle. Treble 19, double 12 needed here for Searle. And he just misses it. Which means a chance here for Danny Lauby to check out the 148. He's got 2 treble 20s, double 14. Oh, what a check out from Danny Lauby Jr. What a set that was. What a game. And the American has just said to Ryan Searle, I'm not going anywhere. This game is going to continue on 1 set apiece. That was a fantastic 148 checkout. What a leg that was. What a set. It's 1 set apiece. Hold your horses, because this game is certainly not finished. 1 set apiece. Back in a moment. What a check out there from Danny Lauby Jr. Unbelievable. Gets the 1-4-6 check out and makes this game one set apiece. And Searle has got himself invested into a game. It's not going to be easy for him. And that check out was scrumptious, to put it very nicely. Let's have a look at these stats of how this game is going on so far, because it's been a bloody good one to watch. And in terms of the stats on the board right now, averages-wise, Searle averaging 102.5, Danny Lauby Jr. averaging 90.6, but a 1-4-8 checkout it was in the end. Fantastic there. Really, really good indeed. And Danny Lauby Jr., you said it yourself, the man with no name. Don't write him off. You can't bloody write him off right now, because that was a fucking great 1-4-8 finish. Probably one of the best ones we've had of the tournament so far. And for Searle, he's averaging 100.2 right now. You don't really change anything in your game because you're playing very well indeed, but ultimately he's got a lot of work to do. And as I said, he's in for a scrap here, I think, against Danny Lauby Jr. And it's every time in all of these evening matches today where we've gone from that first original set and you know the players are flying away with things, it comes straight to that second set. And things have just gone topsy-turvy in every match we've seen tonight so far. It's mad, honestly. Keep us in the chat. Here he is. You alright, Josh, lad? Hope you're good, pal. What's the score of the United game? The last I heard, it was 1-0 to Sheffield United. I'd assume Man U have probably scored now, but not what you want to see, is it, with United going in the front. And then the man with no name says, are you from the north? You sound a bit northern. I am from Sheffield. Yeah. We love Sheffield, don't we? Fantastic place. I don't think many people say it's a good place, but it's not too bad, is it? But what's not too bad right now is Danny Lauby Jr. with that 1-4-8 finish. My God, what a finish. I know I might overreact at some points, but fucking hell, that wasn't an overreaction to the 1-4-8 finish. In terms of that second set and how it's panned out so far, statistics-wise, it was 106.41 average from Searle. That's how good he's been playing. He doesn't have to change anything in this match. Because he's been playing fantastically well so far. But ultimately, Danny Lauby Jr. averaging 98.49 himself. This is a great game to watch. Really, really enjoyable so far. Highest checkout of a 1-4-8. In terms of Danny Lauby Jr.'s checkouts, 75% of his checkouts there in that second set. And in fact, 75% of checkouts in the entire game. Of course, he didn't get an opportunity to check out in that original first set anyway. But we're going to go back into the game. If you're new, as always, do leave a like and subscription on the channel. We've had 1,355 subs is what we're currently at right now, so it will be very nice to push towards 1,400, but I can see Kieran's put in the chat 2-1 Man United, which is certainly good to see indeed. What minute is it in as well? I assume it's in the second half or half time. But we're about halfway through this game between Searle and Danny Lauby Jr. And you've got to say, both players in here with an absolute dogfight. Mammoth of a match, this one. Both players really, really good in that second set there. And hopefully they can continue with this form, because what a fantastic start we had to the game. But Danny Lauby Jr., as I said, currently averaging 90. Searle averaging 100. It's a brilliant, brilliant game to watch indeed, and let's hope that the fun continues on here with both players just making it a good old scrap, because it certainly has been a good old scrap overall so far. But there might be a chance here for a 180 from Searle. Gets a treble 20, then to 20, and then gets a 140 to put himself down to 180. Can Lauby Jr. respond? Oh, he's on for a 180 here. Oh, what a game this is. It's a 180. Russ Bray, shout your 180. He's not shouting. There we go. 180 there. Searle replies with a 140, which means Danny Lauby Jr. here needs to get a good score on the board. He's down to 25. Searle at 40. All he needs is tops here. Misses the first one, needs double 10. Still needs double 10 with his last start to take the first leg of the third set. And he does indeed. Great dart there from the Englishman. And he takes the first leg of the third set. What a brilliant game this has been so far to watch. Half time of the Man U game. That's not too bad. Bit poor to go 1-0 down at the start, but doesn't really matter when you're winning the game now, does it? But Not a bad game this has been either here. Ryan Searle just having a little blip. Only 43 there from his first 3 darts. And there's a real chance here for Danny Lauby Jr. to just push away. He gets 1-2-5 to leave himself down at 3-1-6. Can Ryan Searle respond here? Gets a 20. Gets another 20. And then gets a treble 1. A really poor score there from Ryan Searle. And it does give Danny Lauby an opportunity here to just maybe run away with this leg a little bit. Can he get a good score on the board? I think only 59, which means here, if Ryan Searle can get 2 trebles on the board, he gets a treble 20, gets another one, surely not a 180. Oh! Well. Ryan Searle gets a 180 on the board, and he's down to 235, and, well, there's a chance here for 180 from Danny Lauby, but he just can't get it. He gets a 135 instead. What a lovely game this is. But he's on for it again. Searle responds with a 140. The scenes if Searle gets knocked out would be fucking mad, wouldn't it? I mean, that would be my outside punt gone, would it, Chris? But Ryan Searle here on a 95. Bull 13, double 16 required. He's going to go for the treble 19 route, which means he needs double 19, and he gets the double 19, and he takes the second leg of this third set, and maybe are we about to start seeing Ryan Searle just take the game away a little bit here from Danny Lauby Jr. He's going to start off here with a 140, Ryan Searle, to put himself down to 361 after the first 3 darts, and need a good response here from Danny Lauby. Only gets to 96, and Ryan Searle here will just want to get that third leg on the board, and he's on for another 140 here, which he doesn't get. He gets 100, puts himself down to 261. It's a very good leg here from Ryan Searle, who is just taking it away a little bit from Danny Lauby Jr. Gets a treble 20 Searle. Gets another one on for the 180. And gets another 140. He's down at 121 here. Lauby's going to have to get at least a treble on the board, which he does. And it puts him down to 171. So 121 here for Ryan Searle. Is he going to go for it? He gets the treble 20. Needs treble 11. He's going to go for the treble 7 route, which means he needs tops. Not what he wanted. But tops is not bad to take out. And he gets the tops, which means he will take the second set. And this is a fucking great game to watch. What a lovely match this has been. Both players playing fantastically well right now. Ryan Searle is currently averaging 103.3. Danny Lauby Jr. is averaging 97.9. And, well, you've got to say, while Danny Lauby is giving him a good game, Ryan Searle is playing a fantastic match. Probably one of the best games he's played recently in the PDC this year. Lovely, lovely game, honestly. Really enjoyable to watch. Hopefully you can see the scores on the screen again as Ryan Searle here gets himself 100. He's down to 3-5-6. And could you maybe start to feel like this game is getting away a little bit from Danny Lauby? Now he's got a lead in this game, Ryan Searle. He will not want to let Danny Lauby Jr. back into this game. And, well, he gets a treble 20 here and another 20. And gets 140. And, well, he just keeps hitting the 140s right now, which Lauby just can't quite seem to get as many. Although he is going to get 131 there. So Lauby down to 132. Can Searle respond? He's currently at 216. Only gets 60, which means a potential chance here for Danny Lauby to check out this 132. He goes for it, but he won't be able to check out here. And he's down to 68. So Ryan Searle, bit of pressure here to check out this 156. Needs 2 treble 20s and double 18. He doesn't get a treble 20, which means he can't check out. And there's a little opportunity here, maybe, for Danny Lauby to check out that 68. So 68 required. Gets the 20. Gets the 8. Goes for tops. And doesn't get it. So both players on 68. Can Ryan Searle do one better? Gets the 20. Then 11. And it's not what Ryan Searle wanted here. He's not going to be able to check out. And Danny Lauby has got a good opportunity here to maybe get a leg on the board. He needs double 10. Potential chance to just maybe put a little bit of nerves back on Ryan Searle, who's had a fantastic game so far. He's now going to need double 5, Danny Lauby. And he doesn't get it, and well, just a little bit of a blip in this game right now. Double 12 for Ryan Searle here, which he gets first time, and that gives him the first leg of this 4th set, 1-0 up to the good. Big leg there for Ryan Searle in this game. He will be happy he's got that leg on the board, especially with a chance for Danny Lauby to get back into this game. Lovely, lovely leg indeed. And I was worried there for a second because my Now TV looked like it was about to boot me off, which is not what I want. Only 39 though to start here for Ryan Searle in this second set. Now there's a chance for a 180 and Lowby gets a 140. He's down at 3-6-1. He needs to try and keep hitting the 140s because that's all Ryan Searle has been doing for the last few moments. He's still averaging above 100 Searle right now. Danny Lauby averaging 93 and his average might go up here. As he gets another 140, he's down to 2-2-1. Searle on for a 180. He gets a 180. Well, 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 this is a battle and a half. That's the 5th 180 of the match, but what's that? He responds. Lowby with a 140. He's down to 81. Ryan Searle at 2-2-4. He's going to need a few more of his own here. He only gets himself 54, which means Lowby on an 81. Gets treble 19. Needs double 12. And he gets it, which means we're at 1 leg apiece in this 4th set. What a game. What a really enjoyable game. Chris, put in the chat, I want to see just 1 versus Searle. Our surprise packages going head-to-head. Fingers crossed. But Danny Lauby, he's certainly making it tough for Ryan Searle here. 4-0-1. He's really giving a battle against Ryan Searle. And you have to give him credit because he's only a debutant as well, you've got to remember. His first competition he's featured in at the World Championship. And he's certainly up there with Ryan Searle right now in this game. Although Ryan Searle here, on for a 180 in this match. And gets 121. He's down to 327. But Lowby's on for a 180. And Lowby responds with 180 to put himself down to 1-2-1. Lovely darts there from Danny Lauby. But Searle responds with a 140. So 1-2-1 required here from Danny Lauby. He's not going to be able to check it out. He will have another 3 darts here at 56 with Ryan Searle down at 187. But he is going to be tested. As Ryan Searle here gets a treble 20 and a 20. And a 19. Which means he's down here to 88. And Danny Lauby needs double 10, and he gets double 10. And well, 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 this game just gets a little bit more interesting. 2 legs on the board for Danny Lauby, 1 for Ryan Searle. Could he nick a second set in this game? What a match this is. Really, really good game. This is one of those games where you just don't want it to end. What a match it's been so far. And Ryan Searle still averaging 100. Danny Lauby at 94 and really giving the Englishman a game. Searle down at 284. Lauby at 441. What I'm going to do here for a second is just quickly sort myself out here because my stream has just stopped for a second. So Lauby currently on 327. Ryan Searle down at 48. Very, very interesting game, this one. There we go, that's sorted it out. My stream is back again. So 327. A long way to go for Danny Lauby, which means Ryan Searle's going to have at least 6 darts here at the 48s. 16 double 16 required. He gets an 8, not what he wants, but he goes for tops in fact, which is the right decision. But he goes down to 20. And Danny Lauby here is going to have to try and at least get a 180. Which he's not going to be able to. And only gets 59, so double 10 required here for Ryan Searle, and it's 2 legs apiece. And we'll be going down to a deciding leg, which he gets. And we're going down to a deciding leg in this game, 2 legs apiece as it currently stands. Are we about to see Ryan Searle go through to the next round? Or will Danny Lauby take us to a deciding set. What a game this has been. Both players at their very peak of their powers right now in this game. Not the start Lowby would have wanted. He's only down to 4-4-3 after 3 darts. As for Ryan Searle, he's at 4-1-7. 20-19 and a treble 18 there for Lowby, which puts him down to 350. Can Searle respond? The answer is he can indeed. He's on for a 180 and gets 177. Good score there for Ryan Searle at 240. And you can just see slowly starting to go away from Lowby, but he gets a 134 and Searle comes back again here with another 140. He's down to 100. Lowby's going to have to get 140 here. Gets a treble 20. Gets the 140, which means 100 for Searle, 76 for Lowby. He gets the treble 20, double 20 to win. Double 10 for Searle to win. And he misses it, which means a chance for Lowby on 76. Gets the 20. Gets the 16. Goes for tops and misses tops, which means a chance here for Ryan Searle to win the game. Double 10. First dart misses. Second dart is 10. Double 5 required. And he's missed. And the nerves building in this game. And there's a real chance here for Lowby at tops. Now needs double 10. And gets double 10. We're going to a deciding set. And Ryan Searle, who probably thought he should have been off the stage now, is going all the way. And I'm glad it's not ending because this game has been fucking brilliant to watch. If they could just get a sudden death back here, then it'd be perfect indeed. I mean, even Chris has put, we want all matches to go to last leg decider. We should still be having sudden death in this competition, but we don't because the rules are stupid. But 140 to start here for Ryan Searle. He's on here for another 180. He gets a 140 again. And it's a real good start to this first leg of the 5th set for Ryan Searle, who's still averaging 100 in this game. What a match. Could he get another 140? The answer is no. He does get 100 to his name. He's down to 121, Searle. As for Lowby, 361 here. Only gets 58 to leave himself down at 303, which means Ryan Searle is going to have at least 6 darts at the 101. He can set himself up here. And he sets himself up very decently, leaving himself down at 34. Can Danny Lauby put any pressure on Ryan Searle? The answer is he can't. So Ryan Searle, double 17 for the first leg of the 5th set. Goes 10, goes double 12, and gets the double 12. First leg of the 5th set on the board for Ryan Searle, and he will not want to this time let Danny Lauby have any chance of getting back into this game. And Lauby will start off the 2nd set with a 140. Can Ryan Searle respond? He can indeed. 140 on the board there. But he's on for 180 here, Lauby, and he gets a 140. What a brilliant game. What a brilliant game. This is really just non-stop. Absolutely relentless match. I apologise if it's just gone off the screen there for a second. It is back again. So 140 for Lauby. He's down at 81. Ryan Searle here just struggling a little bit. Only can get himself down to 245, which means there's an opportunity for Lauby to get a leg on the board. 81 required. Gets 19. Gets 10. Which means double 16, which he can't get, but he'll get at least another 3 darts at that double 16. Searle, all the way at 245, can only get 55, which means chance here for Lauby at the double 16. Gets 16. Needs double 8. And can't get double 8, which means a chance here for Ryan Searle just to add a little bit of pressure on the board for Danny Lauby. And he might do indeed here. He gets himself 138. But Lauby makes no mistake and hits double 4. Sorry, double 2. And gets a leg on the board. We could be going all the way here in this thrilling match. You don't want it to end. You really don't want it to end. It's an absolute thriller. I was about to say for the first time tonight, Ryan Searle's averaging under 100, but he's just got himself a 140 to go back over it. He might need another 140 here. And he does indeed. 140 for Ryan Searle. We've had 39 140s in this thrilling match right now. What a game this is. An absolute belter of a game. Ryan Searle down to 136. Danny Lauby here needs to get himself at least a treble on the board, which he does, and gets 100 to leave himself 201. Josh is panicking. Searle could be going out. I'm panicking now. Treble 20 though for Searle here. Needed another one to check out the 136. And he will go down to 40. Lauby at 201, so there'll be at least 3 darts here for Ryan Searle at the tops. Can he get it? He can indeed. 2 legs on the board for Ryan Searle. He is 1 leg away from a second round World Darts Championship game against Jeff Ridderswan. But Lauby responds with a 140 in this 4th leg of the 5th set. But Ryan Searle gets 100. Real opportunity now here for Danny Lauby to take this potentially to a last leg decider. We really want a last leg decider. It would be fantastic. Searle gets another 140. What a game this is. I can't describe what's going on. It's fucking mental. Lauby gets 95. He's down to 166. What can Searle do here? 20. 1. And a treble 20, which means he's down here to 180. Danny Lauby at 166. Hits the treble 4 an accident, and that is a real costly set of darts there, because it opens the door for Ryan Searle, who could get himself 100, which he does. He's down to 80. So 115 checkout needed here for Danny Lauby. Gets 20. Gets the treble 19. Needs the double 19. And just can't get it. So 80 required for Searle to win the game. 20. Gets 20. Needs tops. And doesn't get tops, which means Danny Lauby has a chance at the double 19 to take this to a last leg decider. Needs double 14. And only gets 10, which means a chance here for Searle on that double 10 to take the game from Danny Lauby's hands. Hits the 10, double 5. And can't check out, which means Lauby has a chance at the double 14 for a last leg decider. Hits the 14, needs the double 7. And the crowd noise has gone off, which is really off-putting. Who's done that? And that has just put Danny Lauby off. That was really awfully timed. Somebody's going to get an absolute bollocking after that, because double 1 here for Ryan Searle to win the game. Misses the first dart and gets the second dart. And that is the win in the end. And you have to say there, whoever's just put the crowd noise on is getting sacked, because they've just put off Ryan Searle and Danny Lauby, you have to say. But that was a brilliant match. Probably the best match of the tournament so far, and you have to say both players gave it their all in this match. And Danny Lauby on his debut in an absolute thriller against Ryan Searle. He battled all the way. There were a shit ton of 140s. In fact, there was a total of 47 140s in that match. Incredible game indeed, and Ryan Searle goes through to the next round to play Jeff Ridderswan. 3 sets to 2. If you enjoy that game, do leave a like and subscription always, because we've got one more game to come in a moment's time, but it's 3 sets to 2 to Ryan Searle. Back in a moment. Take a breather. Wow. What a game that was. Absolutely incredible match between Ryan Searle and Danny Lauby Jr. Ryan Searle winning that game 3-2. And I have to say, whoever that sound guy was, sack him now, because that was fucking poor to put the sound on there. You've got to say, it did probably put off Danny Lauby there a little bit with that situation. My mouse has gone. I can't get my cursor. There it is. It's back again. Apologies about that. But what a game. Absolutely incredible match to watch. Both players battled it out right till the very end, gave it their all, and you have to give credit to Danny Lauby Jr. because there'll be a lot of people, even like me, who probably thought he wasn't going to do well in this, and bloody hell, he tried his best and nearly knocked out the 38th ranked player in the world, Ryan Searle. In terms of the stats for that game, Ryan Searle averaging 98.31. Danny Lauby Jr. averaging 88.98 in that game. Just shows how well he did in the game. As I said before, there was 47 140s in that match, which is surely one of the well, I'd be interested to see what games had more 140s in it, because that had a fuck ton of them. In terms of 100 pluses, we had 85 100 pluses in the game, 6 180s. There was 4 for Ryan Searle and 2 for Danny Lauby Jr. And just overall, I mean, that 148 checkout from Danny Lauby Jr. just shows what this guy can do on stage. He was absolutely phenomenal in a match like this. I mean, Chris has put one of the reasons why crowd should be back, because that idiot sound guy. How off-putting is that for Danny Lauby Jr. at the end there? Just on potentially to take this to a last leg decider, and then somehow, of course, I think the crowd sound is on there, and you could quite clearly see both players at the end just shaking their heads. I think Ryan Searle completely understanding why, in that situation, probably he was a little bit off-put. But let's have a look at each set. Very quickly talk about it. We said in set 1, of course, Ryan Searle dominating the game, looked really strong. He was averaging 95.94 in comparison to Danny Lauby Jr.'s 78.73. But it was that second set where it just really ignited the game, and for the rest of the match it was fantastic indeed. Ryan Searle averaged 106.41. Danny Lauby Jr. averaging 98.49. It was a bonkers match, and I've got to say, probably the best performance of the tournament so far, you could say. I mean, Woodhouse, I would have probably said was the best one if he'd have got through, but Ryan Searle there was averaging 100 pretty much for the majority of the game, bar the end. In the third set, he got even better, Ryan Searle. He averaged 109.98, but Danny Lauby Jr. averaging 106.25. Absolutely incredible third set. And then the fourth set, it did drop down a little bit, 90.69, and Danny Lauby Jr. 86.81. I'm just hearing Ryan Searle here just to see if he says anything there, but if he says anything about what had gone on, but no, I mean, you can see from his reaction, he knew how tight of a game that was. And then that final set, 92.95 for Ryan Searle on his average, and 78.57 for Danny Lauby Jr. What an incredible game indeed. And you've just got to look, that second set had 12 140s in it, the third set had 7 140s, the fourth set had 13, the fifth set had 11. It was a bonkers match, and it's a real shame it had to end there in the way that it did, but ultimately, thrilling match indeed. And Ryan Searle wins an absolute classic at the PDC World Darts Championship, 3-2. Incredible game indeed. Wow, take a breather, boys. And girls, of course, for those of you that are watching live. If you're new to stream, as always, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Do leave a like and subscription. We've got more World Darts Championship watch-alongs to come over the next few weeks as the tournament continues on. We are pushing towards 1,400 subscribers. But let's move on to our next game now, the final game of the night, which is seeing Jose de Sousa taking on Ross Smith in this second round fixture. And this is going to be a very good match again. Jose de Sousa, the special one, had a fantastic year. As we said before, really good player. And probably, you could say, in the form of his life right now. He's ranked 14th in the world. Winner of the Grand Slam of Darts, beating James Wade. Made the last 32 of the World Match Play in the World Grand Prix this year. He made the last 16 of the Players' Championship Finals as well. He's had such a fantastic year and a really, really good run indeed in terms of how he's gone in competitions. He always tends to make it towards the latter stages of some of these big PDC competitions. As for Ross Smith, he's ranked 42nd in the world. Now reached the last 64 of the World Darts Championship in 2014, 2019 and this year. So he'll be fairly happy he's made it into round 2, but he's got a bloody tough job on his hands here. He made the last 16 of the Players' Championship finals in 2020. He is, of course, nicknamed Smudger, which is an interesting nickname. I'd be very interested to see where the nickname Smudger came from in the end, but this should be a very good match overall to watch. I'm looking at these two players in terms of how they've played in the past. Can I get it up? I don't think it will let me up. Have it in the chat. There we go. In terms of how they played, Michael Smith was the last person to beat Jose de Sousa. That was not too long ago, where I think he won the Players' Championship. Oh no, it was the quarterfinals of the Players' Championship where he beat him 10-7. But since then, the last game that he lost was actually against, quite funnily enough, Michael Smith at the Grand Slam, where he lost 5-2. So he's only lost to Michael Smith since November, which we've had a fair few games going on in the background. He beat Vincent van der Boer. He beat James Wade in that incredible Grand Slam game. He lost to Michael Smith in the group stages of the Grand Slam. And then, of course, eventually won it 16-12 against Wade. As for Smith, big 3-0 win against David Evans in that first round. He averaged 93.18 in that game, looked fairly comfortable. Evans just struggled on his finishing for the majority of the game, and in terms of his highest checkout in that match, it was a 1-1-2. Is this going to be a tough test? Absolutely. This is a massively, massively tough test on his hands right now, and I think, if we're being honest, is he going to get through to the next round? Let's not count him out. I don't think we can count him out because we've seen a few very good round 2 matches over the last few days. We saw William O'Connor give Daryl Gurney a very good test. Chris Dobie was pretty much nearly taken all the way in his round 2 fixture. Even Peter Wright, to a certain extent, did not go through easily against Steve West. And there's not necessarily been a easy game so far for any of the big players in this second round yet. Even Glenn Durrant, actually. I forgot about Glenn Durrant. Had a pretty... Wasn't a tough test against Portello. He just made it very hard for himself. Now, we know with Jose de Sousa, tends to miscount quite a bit. Will it cost him tonight? God knows, he'll probably give a leg away because of it. But that game is coming up in just a moment's time. I've got to say, big thank you for all the likes and all the viewers tonight. This is the most viewed World Darts Championship watch-along we've done so far. So a massive thank you to everybody that has joined for this stream. But we've got one more game tonight, and then we are back tomorrow. I probably will be live for the evening session. In terms of the morning session, we've got Mickey Mansell taking on Hupai Puha, Darius Lamanauskas taking on Shengan Liu, Wayne Jones taking on Kieran Tian, and Jamie Hughes taking on Adam Hunt. As for tomorrow's night's fixtures, oh my god, it is a mammoth night of action in the World Darts Championship. 4 very good games as Dirk van Dijvenbode takes on Bradley Brooks, the World Youth Champion, of course. John Henderson, the favourite Scottish player, apart from Gary Anderson, of course, takes on Marco Cantelli. Luke Humphries takes on Paul Lim in the round 1, I think, mammoth match, you've got to say, in terms of a round 1 fixture. And then James Wade takes on Callum Rides in a second round fixture. That's tomorrow from 6 o'clock. I think the way I'm going to work it is probably doing the evening ones rather than the morning ones. I'm not going to lie. I think it's easier for me. There might be some days where I do morning ones here and there because I've got not much to do. But for this first round, it will probably just be evening ones. When we get into the second round on December the 22nd, we'll do morning and evening ones because then every game is pretty much a good match either way. But we'll definitely be live again tomorrow at 6 because those games, there's some bloody tasty ones tomorrow night. Really looking forward to it indeed. But let's go on to our next game, the final game of the night. As Jose de Sousa, a special one, is out against Ross Smith in the second round fixture. Rick Hulberts, he says, hey from the Dutch, thank you very much for joining the stream. Hope you're good, buddy. Hope you've enjoyed the World Darts Championship so far. But this is it. The final game of the night. What a game this is going to be. Ross Smith, 151 to win the competition. It's the third time he's made the second round. As for Jose de Sousa, he's 16-1. His best performance was in 2012. He only made the second round, but he's playing the greatest darts I think he has in his career. Absolutely incredible player on his day, and he's ranked 14th in the world. Rick Hoover says, can you say who has the most 180s? I will find out that information for you now, buddy. World Darts Championship. Let me find out for you. And I'll be interested to see who's got the most 180s of this game so far. Most 180s. Let me find out for you. Who's got the most 180s on the board? I will find out. Most 180s thrown. That's only showing in the past. I will check for you at some point to see who's thrown the most ones, but off the top of my head, I can't remember. There was one player who got 5 or 6, I think, earlier in one of the games today, so it could be them who's got the most 180s so far in the tournament. But either way, we're now underway with the final game of the evening. What a match this is going to be between Jose de Sousa and Ross Smith to end what has been a fantastic night of action. 2 really good games in Woodhouse Lewis and Searle Lowby. But now we've got another good game here with Jose de Sousa taking on Ross Smith. As I said, if you've enjoyed the stream, do leave a like and subscription. It's always greatly appreciated. But Jose de Sousa here, starting off with a 140. Nearly hit a 180 to start off, which would have been fantastic. Let me just sort that out. There we go. It should be up on the screen now with the live scores. But Ross Smith, he's got a real big test on his hands here. This is not going to be an easy game. It's a very, very tricky match, this one. It's a much tougher game than when he was playing David Evans. And I mean, Evans didn't really show much in that game. It was a little bit of a test. And ultimately, then, it was a comfortable win for Ross Smith. But today, he's not going to have a comfortable game against Jose de Sousa, because we know what he can do. But in terms of the World Darts Championship, he hasn't done anything before, because, of course, this is the year where he's been flying as a player. So in 2012, he only made the second round, but ever since then, he is a much different player, and in fact now really making a name as one of the world's best in darts, especially for this year. He's been unbelievable to watch, winning the Grand Slam, of course, against James Wade a few weeks ago. But Jose de Sousa, currently at 165, but Ross Smith here on for the 180. He does get 140, which means he's at 164. Neither player here probably going to check out. De Sousa can't, but Hunt can at 164. De Sousa gets a treble 20, and gets himself down to 90. Sorry, not 92. Gets himself down to 73 after getting 92. So Ross Smith here on 164. Gets a 20. Then gets a 19. Sorry, 18. And then gets another 18. So doesn't check out. Leaves himself a decent score in the end of 108. But De Sousa's down at 73. And well, he's got a free here. A bit poor there from the Portuguese darts player. He's going to need a bullseye. And he only gets the outer ball, which leaves him on 25. Ross Smith here, though, on 108. Needs treble 2016, double 16. Can he get it? Gets an 18. Gets a treble 18, which now means he needs a double 18. And that is the first leg on the board for Ross Smith. Lovely check out there from Ross Smith. And you can see the passion from the Englishman, who is certainly looking up for a fight here against Ross de Sousa with that first leg so far. It's going to be a real interesting game, this one, because Ross Smith ranked at 42 in the world. It's not going to be a simple match for de Sousa. He's a very good player on his day, Ross Smith, certainly improving himself. Very similar to de Sousa, having a fantastic year so far and a fantastic World Darts Championship. So 2 players on the rise. De Sousa, of course, being the one on the rise the most. Only gets himself down to 381 after 6 darts. What can Ross Smith do here at 402? Gets a double treble 20. Gets another one. He's on for the 180 here. Can he get it? He can't, and gets himself a 140 to leave himself down at 262. Big thank you once again, as I said, to Andy, if he's in the stream, for getting the scoreboard on the bottom, telling me the website to use, because well, is helping out indeed. As we get our first 180 of the match. And it's a 180 from Jose de Sousa to put himself down at 201. And that is the first 180 of the match to start us off here in this round 2 fixture. And that will certainly be a confidence booster for the Portuguese, ranked 14th in the world. And, well, maybe, Rick, if he's still in the chat, you asked who could get the most 180s. Maybe De Sousa could be the man to do it in this game. You might see it live on stream. So De Sousa here at 106. Going to need a few trebles on the board with Smith at 212. He gets 2 treble 20s. He's on for a 180. And gets 140 in the end there. So he's down to 72 here. De Sousa at 106. Gets to 20, De Sousa. Gets treble 18. Needs double 16 here, De Sousa, for 106. And he just can't get it. Very unlucky indeed for Smith, which means... for De Sousa, which means Smith here at 72 needs treble 20, double 6. Gets the treble 20. 2 darts here at double 6. And gets it first time. And that's 2 legs on the board for Ross Smith. And De Sousa here may be under the cosh a little bit. He's got some work to do against the Englishman. And while he shakes his head, De Sousa, he's got some work to do. He might be about to go a set down to the Englishman, who's looking hot on form in this first leg. He's on for a 180 here to start this third leg. The first set. And well, he starts with a 180 in that third leg of the first set. And he's on for a 9-darter. Are we going to see a 9-darter? Can we see a 9-darter? It'd be nice. We'd love to see a 9-darter in this competition. We've had a few little opportunities at them. But Ross Smith here isn't going to be having a chance at a 9-darter. He hits 20 first and then a 19. Which is a real shame. Hopefully, when we're live, we do get to see a 9-darter at some point. Because you certainly will get a reaction. But Jose de Sousa, just looking a bit shaky here in this first set. He's currently averaging 90. Ross Smith averaging 100. It's a very good start from the Englishman in this first set. And if he can get that first set on the board, it will cause a little bit of a shock for De Sousa. He's going to have to try and get back into this match, but he's not averaging bad so far. Gets the treble 20 here. He's at 356, De Sousa. Going to need another treble 20, which he does get. So that 140 will put him down at 216. Ross Smith here at 170. Could we see the first big fish of the tournament? The answer is no, because he hits a 5. Which is a real shame indeed. Gets 60 on the board, treble 20. And then his other dart falls out, which means only 65 to knock him down to 105 there, Ross Smith. Very unlucky with that dart deflecting off the original dart, the treble 20. But with De Sousa being behind here at 216, he only gets 58. Ross Smith has got a good chance here at the 105 of potentially having 6 darts at it. Treble 20, 13, double 16 needed. Gets 20. Then gets treble 15, needs double 20 for a 105 finish. Just under the treble 20, which means he's down to double 10. Jose de Sousa now at 158. Can he get a 158 finish, which actually clinched him the Grand Slam? It's not going to happen though when he's down to 117, I believe. So Ross Smith here on double 10 for the first set of the game. Gets a 10, needs double 5. And gets the double 5. And well, Jose de Sousa, you've got some work to do because you're currently 1 set down to Ross Smith. And well, the way that this night has worked so far, we've seen a few surprises with who takes the first set and then the game really kicks in. But Ross Smith playing fantastic so far, gets the first set on the board. Jose de Sousa has some work to do. We'll be back in a moment. It's Ross Smith 1, Jose de Sousa 0. That is set number 1 done of this game between Jose de Sousa and Ross Smith. And as it currently stands, Ross Smith taking a 1-0 lead in this second round fixture. And, well, the man has certainly been in form. He's certainly under some pressure right now. 14 ranked in the world, coming up against the 42nd ranked in the world. And as it currently stands, he's one set down, a lot of work to do. Bonaldo, how are you doing, buddy? Good to see you in the stream. Up the darts. We fucking love to see you. But in terms of how this game has gone so far, Ross Smith averaging 92.02. Jose de Sousa averaging 88.6. You can see that he's not necessarily playing a bad game here, Jose. But he's not had a single chance yet. No, sorry, he's had 2 attempts at a checkout. He's currently averaging 0%. Ross Smith averaging 60% of his checkouts, 3 out of 5. It's a very good start for him indeed. In terms of that first set, 540s plus for Ross Smith, only 3 for Jose de Sousa. Both players getting a 180 on the board already. But certainly some work to do here for Jose de Sousa, because right now, he doesn't necessarily look at it. And as I said before, doesn't really have much experience in the PDC World Darts Championship. Came in the second round in 2012, which was a long time ago. But he's certainly got himself to become a much better player this year and last year. And, well, we know what he can do on his day, but the Grand Slam winner is potentially... I'm not going to say potentially going out of the competition, because there's a long way to go in this game. But Ross Smith is one step closer to potentially knocking him out of this game. But Bernal's put, I'm good, about to head out and shovel some snow. I've got about 1.5 foot today. Not sure what is the metric. 31 centimetres. Damn, I wish we had snow. Fucking never get any here. It's shite. Never get snow in the UK. And if you do, then it's either A, for about 5 minutes, or B, it comes down and then vanishes because it's raining the next minute. It's always annoying. I'd like to live in a place where there's snow. But Jose de Sousa would like to make sure that the Ali Pali becomes a place he can remember for a long time, because right now it'll be a place for him to forget if he loses to Ross Smith here in the second set. The players will be back out onto the Oki in 1 minute. A big thank you, by the way, to everybody who has subscribed to the channel. It's very, very greatly appreciated. I know I keep saying it, but we have had a new sub, so that's why I'm saying a big thank you. Have the Gareth Bale heart on me. But in terms of the other games today, Luke Woodhouse beat Jamie Lewis on the right-hand side in a 3-2 victory. What a game that was, and a mammoth match. Ron Mueller beating Boris Kirkmart 3-1. And then the game of the tournament so far, Ryan Searle in a 3-2 victory against Danny Lauby Jr. What a match that was. There was 47 140s hit in that match. An absolute barnstormer of a game if you love darts. And then, of course, we're still in this match between Jose de Sousa and Ross Smith. As it currently stands, 1-0 up to Ross Smith indeed. 1.6k, yeah, we're at 1.36 right now. We are certainly going up, which is fantastic to see. A lot of new people on the channel as always. But we're underway now with the second set of this game between Jose de Sousa and Ryan Smith. And the special one needs something special in this game to come back right now, because he's not really getting a flow into this game so far. He starts off here with 100, but Ryan Smith goes one better and starts off with a 140. So Ryan Smith down here to 361. De Sousa here probably wants a 140 of his own. Gets a treble 20 and a 20. And then gets another treble 20 on the board. A 140 there for Jose de Sousa. So he's down to 261. Only I think it's a little bit of a reality check, you could say, for Jose de Sousa there in terms of Ross Smith taking a lead. But it would be probably the first real big shock we've had of the tournament if de Sousa was to go out. There's so much of this game left. It's a long way to go in this match. But de Sousa here only gets himself down to 216 after 9 darts. It gives an opportunity here for Ross Smith to just kind of push away from the Portuguese darts player. He gets a 19 and a 20. He really needs a treble here, and he doesn't, which means Ross Smith at 244 lets Jose de Sousa off just a little bit there. There's a chance here for 180. Gets a treble 20, gets another one. Are we going to get a 180? The answer is absolutely yes. 180 there from Jose de Sousa. That's what we like to see from the special one. It's a special 180, and that's the third of the match. But there's a chance here for Ross Smith to get a 180 himself. And oh, it's 180 there as well from Ross Smith. And De Sousa down to 36. Smith down to 64. Double 18 needed here for De Sousa. Now needs double 9. And now can't check out. And Ross Smith has a chance to check out the 64 and take the first leg of this second set. Real good. A little bit of the leg there. Both players getting a 180 in the board. But now a chance here for Ross Smith. Needs treble 16, double 8. Gets the treble 16. 2 darts at double 8 for the first leg of the second set. First dart misses. And second dart misses as well, which means big chance here for Jose De Sousa to get double 4 and take the lead in this second set, first leg. He gets it, and that is the leg on the board. He's still behind Ross Smith, but it is a leg to his name. And technically he's taken the lead in this second set. But Ross Smith here, he's on for a 180. Oh, all aboard! The 180! It's again from Ross Smith. He's on for a 9-darter. It'd be nice if we could get one today. All aboard the 180 train. It's certainly taken off. De Sousa here gets himself down to 417. Can we see a 9-darter chance here? Ross Smith needs to get a few trebles on the board. And he doesn't. He only gets a 5, which means no chance at the 9-darter there again. We will get it one down the channel. And only gets 45. So Ross Smith down to 276 here. De Sousa at 417. Has a real chance, if he can get a few trebles on the board, to get back at Smith. And he gets 100 to put himself down to 317. He's playing currently at 90.18, which is below the expected average for a player like Jose De Sousa. Ross Smith playing a 94. He's got a chance here for a 140, which Smith does get. So Smith down to 136. De Sousa at 317. He'll have 6 darts at the very least at this 136. But De Sousa here gets a treble 20, a 1, and another treble 20. So 121 there for De Sousa. Still at 196. Ross Smith at 136. Gets 2 treble 20s. Needs the double 8. Oh, it's a lovely 136 check out there from Ross Smith. He gets a leg on the board and he's just laid a marker there. He says to De Sousa, if you're going to try and win this game, it's not going to be an easy one. He's currently leading Ross Smith, and that is a brilliant 136 check out, a clinical 136 finish. And Ross Smith takes the leg to his name. 1 apiece in the second set. What a great night of action it's been. Really good night here of darts at the Ali Pali, and it just makes you wish you were there as a fan in your fancy dress, singing along to Chase the Sun after every set. It's hopefully something we can all do next year. Fingers crossed. If COVID dies down a little bit, which is, fingers crossed, hopefully going to happen. But both players here at 4-4-3. De Sousa now down to 3-4-4. What can Ross Smith do here? Gets a treble 19, a 20, and a 19, which means he's down to 3-4-7. And in terms of their finishing on doubles, Ross Smith currently averaging 50% on his doubles, 4 out of 8, which is very good indeed. De Sousa currently only getting 20% of his doubles. That's 1 out of 5, which is not clinical enough for a player of his calibre. He's got a lot of work to do here. But Ross Smith now at 3-4-7. De Sousa at 2-1-9. He needs to get a treble here, Smith, which he doesn't. 2 20s and a 19 to leave him down at 2-8-8. Bit of an opportunity here for De Sousa to just start creeping away with this third leg of the second set. He gets a treble 5. A treble 20, needs another one here, and he does for 135. So he's down at 84 here. It's a very decent set indeed. 19 and treble 18. So Ross Smith down here to 195. I do apologise because, oh, there we go, it is updating now. The flash score just seems a little bit behind to my stream, which is there we go, updated now. Apologies about that if it was a little bit ahead on my commentary there. But De Sousa down to 35. Ross Smith at 195, so we'll have at least 3 darts at the double 16. Big opportunities in this game for De Sousa. He needs to get a set on the board, because if he goes 2-0 down, it will certainly be a shock to the system for him. What can he do here? So Smith down to 1-4-3. Double 16 required for De Sousa. First dart misses. Second dart. Right in the double 16. And that is the second leg on the board for Jose De Sousa. And Ross Smith here is going to have to up his game a little bit because De Sousa is just creeping up a little bit with his average and slowly getting better in a game you would expect him to try and go on and win. Ross Smith here, averaging 93.93. De Sousa averaging 93.87. You can see he's slowly but surely improving. It's a very, very even game indeed. But he's on here for 180. De Sousa would be a great way to start this fourth leg, and he does indeed. 180 on the board there for Jose De Sousa. Big 180. He's on for a 9-darter. Well, we haven't seen a 9-darter in this competition as of yet. We've not really had many chances at a 9-darter. Could maybe Jose De Sousa be the one to do it? He's not going to be, because he gets a 20, then another 20, and gets himself only 60 to put himself down to 261. So a real shame there. We're still waiting for that first real big chance at a 9-darter of the tournament so far. But Ross Smith here just dwindling a little bit in this game. Both averages very similar. In fact, De Sousa's average just going now above Smith's average, Ross Smith. Ross Smith down at 91. De Sousa just at 94 now. So slowly creeping up. Gets a treble 20. And a 20. And another treble 20. So De Sousa now down to 1-2-1. Ross Smith at 3-1-4. He's having a bit of a mare here now, after a fantastic first set. And you could really see here Jose De Sousa taking this second set and, well, maybe getting a bit more of a foothold in this game. So 1-2-1 here for De Sousa. Needs treble 20. He's going to go for the bull instead. Then gets a 4, which is not what he wanted. And that's a really poor dart there from De Sousa. And he's lucky that Ross Smith is only at 180, so he can't check out. So De Sousa gets himself down to 50. He's going to have 3 darts at the 50 there. What can Ross Smith do to pressure the 50 from De Sousa? Gets 2 treble 20s and gets 140 to leave himself with a top. So De Sousa here on 50 has got to get it. 18 double 16. Gets 10. He's going to go for tops instead here. Can he get it? Now needs double 10. And gets the double 10. And that is a massive set on the board for Jose De Sousa. He needed that. And as Ross Smith was slowly dwindling as the game continued on, Jose De Sousa has been improving. And now he's celebrating like he usually does on the stage. It's 1 set apiece. Back in a moment. It's going to be a very nervy one in that third set. See you in a second. That is the second set of this game between Jose De Sousa and Ross Smith finished. And it's a very interesting set indeed. As it currently stands going into set 3. Both players at 1 set apiece. And, you know, we're talking about in that first set how well that Ross Smith had done so far in this game. Looked really confident. Was really testing Jose De Sousa. But the tables have turned a little bit here. Sousa just improving as this game goes on. Starting to get a feel, as I said before, you know, he's not had much experience at the World Darts Championship. In fact, he was here in 2012, which is where he went on his best run. But as a player, of course, in the top 32, you know, ranked 14th in the world, he's now just starting to show a little bit what he can do on the oche. In terms of the averages of this game, as it currently stands, an overall average at 92.26 for Jose De Sousa, 93.62 for Ross Smith. He's not having a bad game, Ross Smith, but if you actually look at the averages in that second set, you wouldn't believe that Ross Smith is having a stinker because Jose De Sousa was on 95.16. Ross Smith averaging 95. But he was having a stinker on stage there. Really let Jose de Sousa have that kind of second set for free, if we're being honest with you. And he'll be coming into this break thinking, look, compose yourself again like you did in that first original set, because at that point, Jose de Sousa was struggling to even get down to a checkout, which is what you want. But ultimately, you know, the very best players, if they start off really poor, they slowly get themselves into the game, and that's exactly what Jose de Sousa is doing right now. So we're going to get back underway with the game in just a moment. We've got some brilliant games coming tomorrow. We'll be live at 6 o'clock tomorrow with the evening session once again. The 4 games going on tomorrow night. What a night of action this is. It's the best night, I think, of the tournament so far, and potentially of the tournament in terms of the first round. Dirk van Dijvenbode will be taking on Bradley Brooks. John Henderson, a fan's favourite, will be taking on Marco Cantele. Luke Humphries takes on Paul Lim in my round 1 kind of pick of the ties. And then James Wade, of course, Grand Slam finalist and an ever-present player at the World Darts Championship, takes on Callum Rides in the second round fixture. So do join us tomorrow. There will be drinks flowing. There'll be hopefully plenty of good games and a quality night of action indeed. But it's been a great night of action here at the World Darts Championship in this day 3 evening session. We've had some very good games. That Ryan Searle game, if you missed it, where have you been? It was a thrilling match. It had 47 140s plus. Mad match. But this game, between Jose de Sousa and Ross Smith, has got plenty of time left in it. And as it currently stands, it's 1 set apiece in this game. Let me just move myself up so you can see Jose de Sousa and Smith's scores on the screen. But yes, I'll be live again tomorrow from 10 past 6. So do keep your eyes out on the channel. If you've enjoyed the watch along, then I will be live again for as much of the tournament as I possibly can. Plenty of live streams still to come for the World Darts Championship. But it's going to be Ross Smith who gets us underway in this third set of the game. And of course, we've got no more breaks now, which means the players will be up on the stage for the rest of the match. Can Ross Smith get himself back to how he was in that first set? Because he was averaging very well, but ultimately just letting de Sousa get through in this game a little bit more with plenty of opportunities. And well, there's a chance here for 180 from de Sousa. Of course, Jose de Sousa on for another 180. It's the 7th 180, and you can start to see why he's ranked 14th in the world. Smith here, though, is going to respond with a 140 to leave himself down at 263. So a chance here at a 180 for de Sousa on a 9-darter. Gets a treble 20. Gets another treble 20. He needs another one here for a 9-darter. And he only gets the 20, which is certainly not bad. 140 leaves him down at 181 after 6 darts on the board. The 180 is coming at the right time for Jose de Sousa in this game as he starts to take a foothold of this match. Ross Smith at 167. De Sousa at 181. And you would expect here for de Sousa to go on and win this leg. But ultimately, Ross Smith still at 167, even after de Sousa's 180. So 1-2-3 here for Sousa. Chance for a 167 check out from Smith. Gets treble 20, needs treble 19. Gets treble 19, bull for a great 167 check out from Smith. Oh, and he just gets the outer bull, and that was a great chance there for a lovely 167 check out in the game. But he's down to 25, Smith. But de Sousa on for a 1-2-3 check out for the bull, and he gets the outer bull as well. So both players down at 25. They both need 9-8-8. Smith will try it first. Gets the 9. Needs the 8-8 here. And he gets the 8-8, and that's a leg on the board. And you can see how much it means to Ross Smith there, because it was just having a bit of a low kind of period in the match there, and he gets the first leg on the board in quite a while. And that might just put a bit of belief back into Ross Smith in this game, as Jose de Sousa was starting to creep up a little bit more in this match and improve with his average, starting to hit a lot more 180s. In fact, both players having 7 180s in this match already. But a good start there for Ross Smith. First 3 darts, he's down to 367 already. De Sousa at 443. Gets a treble 20, de Sousa. Gets another one. He's on for a 180 here, but he'll choose to go for the treble 19 and gets it to put himself down to 266. Can Ross Smith reply? He's currently at 367. He really needs a treble here. Gets the 20 and the 19 and doesn't get a treble in the end. So Ross Smith down to 309. De Sousa currently at 266. Gets the treble 20 and the 19. Gonna go for the treble 20 again. In fact, he goes for the treble 19 and only gets a 19 there. So 168 after 9 darts. Ross Smith at 309. Apologies for moving about my chair. Trying to get comfy. 309 here and Ross Smith. Well, he's going through a blip again here. Just can't seem to hit a treble and only gets 59 to put himself down to 250. So a real opportunity here for De Sousa to take a foothold in this set. Gets 168. He's currently on 2 treble 20s. He'll move down to the 16 and he's down to 32. He will get at least 6 darts at the double 16. Unless Ross Smith can get a 180 here or a 140. Which he gets 100. So De Sousa down to 32 here. Ross Smith at 150. Double 16 required for De Sousa. First dart misses. Second dart hits the double 16. So double 8 required, which he gets. And that is a double 8 on the board. And it's 1 leg apiece. 1 set apiece in this game. And Ross Smith is looking really unsettled in this game. He's improving as it goes on, De Sousa. Ross Smith struggling the more this game goes on. And well, he got a treble 20 and a treble 5 there. He got another treble 20, but then the dart fell out of the board, which means he only gets 426 after his first 3 darts there, Ross Smith. Look not on his side right now. Still averaging 94.11 though, Smith. De Sousa averaging 95.77. They're both playing a very good game. Just Ross Smith going through a bit of a blip here, although he's got a chance at the 180. Going to get 140 instead here, Smith, to leave himself 286. De Sousa on 401. Averaging 95.77 as the game currently stands. Real big opportunities in this match. It's a tight one, you have to say. And you look at the averages, you look at the scores. It's as tight as it possibly can be. But De Sousa certainly playing better than Ross Smith so far. Very nervous. Only 60 there for Ross Smith, so that's 226, which is not going to be enough here. Can De Sousa get a few trebles on the board to just kind of get himself a bit of a gap between him and Smith? He gets 1 treble 20, so he's down to 205 here, and I think De Sousa will be a little bit frustrated that he didn't get a 140 or a 180 there to just bridge himself a gap between himself and the Englishman. And Smith here at 226. Gets a treble 19 and a 20. Needs another treble on the board, which he does get. A treble 19 to leave himself 92. De Sousa at 205. He gets a 20. Needs a treble. He gets a 19 here and eventually does get himself a treble 19 to leave himself 109. So chance here for Ross Smith to take an advantage and take a lead in this game for the first time since that first set. He's treble 20, double 16. He's going to go for the outer ball. Gets the treble 17. He needs double 8 here for a good 92 finish. And he busts his 92 score. And that is not what you want to see at this stage of the game. And Jose De Sousa now with 109 with a real opportunity to check out his score. He's going to get double 18 and he doesn't, which means Smith will be back for the 92. Can he replicate what he had a moment ago and do one better and check out that 92? Goes for the bull. Goes for the 10, which means he needs double 16. Oh, and what a chance that was. Just misses the double 16, and now it's a chance for Jose De Sousa at the double 9 to take a real lead in this game. Gets the 9, which means he's going to have to hit the 1. Now double 4. And gets the double 4, and for the first time in this game, Jose De Sousa takes a lead in this match and looks in real control of this game. Ross Smith will be hating himself for busting that 92 just a few moments ago. A real let-off there for the Portuguese special one. He had control of that leg a moment ago, Ross Smith, and just bust that 92, which is a real shame for him. And then I thought he was going to finish with the 92 with the bull, but ultimately in the end there couldn't. Very frustrating for the Englishman indeed. And could that be the turning point of this match? Apologies about that. Jose de Sousa currently at 2-7-1 after 6 darts. Ross Smith here at 4-4-1. He's going to have to try and get a 140 or a 180 here as de Sousa looks to pull away in this fourth leg of the third set. Gets 2 treble 20s. A 180 would really do Smith right now. And he gets himself a 140. You can see the frustration on Ross Smith's face. He knows that that moment there was going to be really, really costly for him. And I think the one thing for him, which I think it was the David Evans game where he busted his score, the one thing you don't want to do in a game like this is keep thinking about that moment for the rest of the game. Because you will always think about it in your head, but deep down, he needs to continue trying to get back into this game and don't let busting that score get to you, because you could quite easily play the game into de Sousa's hands and give him a cheap victory. He's played really alright so far. He had a fantastic first set, and you just don't want to see this kind of pace of the game die off a little bit and de Sousa take an easy victory. So Ross Smith here at 166, de Sousa at 140. He's going to get 3 darts at the double 20. Only gets a 5 and a treble 5. He needs a treble 20 here, and well, he's only got 2 treble 5s there and a 5, and he's down to 1-3-1, which means de Sousa here has a real opportunity to take the set with tops. Misses the first 2, but doesn't miss the third, and that is a big set on the board for Jose de Sousa, and the special one isn't putting in necessarily a special performance, but he's certainly hitting the right moments in this game to take the lead, and well, he's 2 sets up to 1 against Ross Smith, and the special one is now coming out to play. And how crucial will that bust of 92 for Ross Smith be at the end of this match, as the special one gets down to 4-4-6 after his first 3 darts. As for Ross Smith here, gets a 20, gets a treble 19, needs another one, and he does get another treble 19 to leave himself at 3-6-7, bridging a gap between himself and de Sousa, and de Sousa here needs to get a treble on the board, which he's not going to be able to, and only gets 60. So a good opportunity here for Ross Smith to just be able to kind of break away in this game. In terms of the averages, 93.41 for Jose de Sousa, 93.33 for Ross Smith. It is incredibly even, this game. Incredibly even. Ross Smith, who's been having a blip for a little bit now, is still holding on against Jose de Sousa very well here. But de Sousa gets himself a treble 20, a 1 and a 20, which means he is down to 305. Ross Smith here at 271 needs to try and get himself down to a finish here. Gets a 20. Gets a treble 20. Another one would really do at this stage, and he gets himself a 5 to leave himself 186. So Jose de Sousa at 305 here. Can he put pressure on Ross Smith? Gets a treble 18. He gets a treble 17. He can indeed, and he's down to 180 himself. So now the player going to be able to check out here, but it's going to be a case of who can get down to a better finish. So Ross Smith gets 20. Gets another 20. He really needs a treble here, and he doesn't in the end, and he's only down to 127, so he really needs to hope that Jose de Sousa does one worse here and leaves himself in a worse position, which it looks like he's about to. He needs a treble on the board, de Sousa, and he does. He only drops down to 138, which means Ross Smith here at 127. Both players making mistakes. He has a real opportunity to try and get something in this leg. A little bit let off there and not getting down to a lower finish, but he needs treble 20, treble 17, double 8. Gets the treble 17. Gets the treble 17. Great finish this could be at double 8s. Oh, and it's beautiful from Ross Smith, and that is a little round of applause from there from Jose de Sousa, and the special one has some appreciation for a special 127 finish there from Ross Smith. And you can see the frustration on his face while he's applauding, but that was fantastic from Ross Smith, who gets the first leg on the board of this fourth set. And, well, Ross Smith is just not backing down right now against de Sousa. Could this go all the way? We'll have to find out. But Ross Smith starting here with 100 in this second leg of the fourth set. Jose de Sousa also starting with 100 here. Who can break away in this leg? It could be a very decisive leg. If Ross Smith can get himself 2 legs up, it'll put him in a real good position to get that second set on the board and make it 2-all. And he's only going to get himself down into 3-4-3 after 2 darts. De Sousa, will he be able to capitalise there on Smith's mistake? The answer is he will. 2 treble 19s puts him down to 2-6-7. Ross Smith really needs a few trebles on the board here, as de Sousa looks to creep away and get a leg back in this match. And well, he can only get 2 20s here. He needs that treble, which he does get, to leave himself down at 2-4-3. So Jose de Sousa here gets a 20. Gets another 20. 180 here would be perfect for the special one. Oh, and it's special. It's beautiful. 180 for Jose de Sousa. Puts him down to 87. And Smith under the cosh here to try and get something of his own. And, well, he ain't going to be able to get a 180 in this match. But what he can get is 100 to leave himself down at 103. So Jose de Sousa here to check out 87. Needs treble 17 and double 18. He starts off with a 17. Then gets a treble 20. Now means double 5. And he hits the 5, which means he'll be left with 5, which is a very dodgy number to be on. He's going to have to at least hit one of the darts at the 1. But Ross Smith here, a chance at the 103. Gets the treble 20. Gets the 11. Can he get the double 16 for a beautiful 103 checkout? Oh, and it's just wide of the mark. And now de Sousa on a 5. It's an awkward checkout. Only going to have 2 darts here at the double 2, but he really needs this, and he takes a moment to step back and compose himself, as you would expect. Can he get the double 2 on the board? The answer is, of course he can. Lovely double 2 finish there, and it's 1 leg apiece in this fourth set. And Ross Smith there. It's a nervy match. You can see the reactions from both players. They know that both of them could easily go on and win this game, but it's a real dogfight right now between de Sousa and Smith. He has to get the next leg on the board here, Smith, and get the break of throwback, of course. De Sousa starting off with a 4-4-3 with his first 3 darts here. Smith gets a 140. Good start for Ross Smith in this third leg of the fourth set. Very nervous. But de Sousa, he's not backing off. A chance here for 180. And the 180 Express steamrolls on, and Paul Inks. There we go. He's finally saying the 180. That's 9 in the match. And the 180 Express continues to roll as de Sousa hits another one. That's 8 in the match. And 6 for de Sousa, who's down to 2-6-3. While Smith is down at 2-2-1. Really good game this has been. Really tight game. In fact, the averages, 94.69 for de Sousa, 94.68 by Ross Smith. You couldn't break away these plays right now. They are playing literally neck and neck right now. It's a really good game to watch. Treble 20 here for Ross Smith. Really needs another one. Gets a 20. If he can get himself a 140 on the board, it would be perfect for him here. He will only get 100 though to leave himself 2-2-1. So de Sousa at 205 needs to get a few trebles here for a decent finish. He's not going to be able to finish, of course, at 205. Gets himself a treble 20. Could really do with another one to leave himself 65, and he does indeed. So down at 65, Ross Smith is going to have to try and check out this 1-2-1 here. Treble 20 needed, which he doesn't get. Can still go for it with a treble 17. He gets it, which now means he needs the bull to take a lead in this fourth set. And he doesn't get the ball. He's nowhere near, and it's a chance here for de Sousa With a 65, he needs 25, the out of ball, and double 20. Very nervous indeed. Gets a 5. Gets a 20, which now means he needs tops. And it's a happy accident there for De Sousa, because it puts him one leg away from going through to the third round of the World Darts Championship, and he hit the 5, which was of course on accident, but it actually made it easier for him to hit the tops. And Ross Smith now, under some real pressure, he's potentially one leg away from being knocked out of the World Darts Championship in the second round, and you have to give him credit because he's really taken Jose De Sousa on very well with his average and taking him on, but ultimately he has just had a little few blips here and there that have cost him and allowed De Sousa to fly away in this game. So De Sousa starting off here, this fourth leg of the fourth set with 100, leaving himself down at 401. Very nervy moments here. Smith with a treble 20. Gets the 20. He's going to go for the 19. And he only gets 19. So he will go down to 3-5-6. He really needed to get a treble on the board there. Give himself some distance from Jose De Sousa, who seems to be on fire right now, hitting 100 tons. Well, and of course 140s too, as he's been hitting quite a few of those. He gets himself 97, which is down to 304, which gives Smith a little chance. If he can get a 140 or a 180, it'll put him in a good position here. Gets one double treble 20, gets the 20, and that is perfect. He does get himself a 140 on the board, which puts him down to 216. So De Sousa here is going to have to try and match him. Gets a 19, gets a 20, needs a treble, and doesn't get a treble. So the hands of this leg is really in Smith's hands right now. Currently at 216. Gets a 20. Gets another 20. It's very awkward for him to try and hit the treble. And only gets 60. A major let-off there for De Sousa. Of course, he's down to 156, which means he should realistically get at least 6 darts here at the 156. So you'd assume, of course, he will put himself at a decent checkout, which he will indeed, with De Sousa only at 180. So Smith here at 156 needs 2 treble 20s and a double 18. Gets a 20. Gets 1 treble at the 20. And gets 2 treble 20s. What a setup there. He's down to 16 with at least 3 match darts here, which is going to put Jose De Sousa under some severe pressure. If he can hit the double 8 Ross Smith, it would take us to a deciding leg in this fourth set and really put the pressure on. So double 8 required here for a deciding leg. Now needs double 4. Now needs double 2. Third time lucky for Ross Smith? No, it's not, because he's going to need double 1 now. And De Sousa here with an opportunity to win the game with 3 match darts at double 20. Is De Sousa about to win the game? Is the special one about to go through? First dart is above, but it's a good marker. And the second dart is in. And Jose De Sousa is going through to the third round of the World Darts Championship. And in a game which was an enjoyable watch. Ross Smith tried very well to break down the Grand Slam champion, but ultimately in the end the special one has a special performance and goes through to the third round of the World Darts Championship. It was a good run for Ross Smith, but he just couldn't break down the Portuguese player, and he celebrates as he always does, with the hearts, with the punch, and Jose De Sousa goes through to the next round of the World Darts Championship. And what fantastic games we've had today. Really, really enjoyable matches. In terms of this game, 93 average there for Jose De Sousa and 92.89 average for Ross Smith. He tried his best. It was a valiant effort in the end by the Englishman, but ultimately, Jose De Sousa, of course, ranked 14th in the world. He's a much better player. But he could come out and say, do you know what? I tried my very best against him, but congratulations to De Sousa. He goes through to the next round of the World Darts Championship. We've had some brilliant games today. Luke Woodhouse losing 3-2 in a PDC World Darts Championship. You could say classic, potentially. It was a brilliant, brilliant game indeed between those two players. But I think there was a better game tonight. Mueller beating Boris Kirkmart 3-1. But the best game of the night by a country mile, Ryan Searle taking on Danny Lauby. This one was the classic more than anything. Incredible game indeed. It saw 47 140 pluses in the match, and Ryan Searle beat the debutant Danny Lauby by 3 sets to 2. And then, of course, we just saw a moment ago Jose de Sousa beating Ryan Smith 3 sets to 1. In terms of the action, being fantastic tonight. We will be back tomorrow night from 6 o'clock for some more live World Darts Championship action. 4 incredible games, and the drinks will be flowing tomorrow because it is the best day by a country mile so far. 4 incredible games going on. Dirk van Dijvenbode, he'll be coming up against the PDC World Youth Championship winner Bradley Brooks. A PDC favourite, John Henderson, of course, is coming up against the Finnish dart player Marco Cantele. Luke Humphries comes up against Paul Lim in the first round pick of the bunch, I think, in my opinion. And then James Wade, is coming up against Callum Ridds in a second round fixture to end off what is going to be a fantastic night of action on your Friday night at the World Darts Championship. If you're new as always, do leave a like and a subscription. It is very, very greatly appreciated for all of you that have turned up tonight. It is the most popular World Darts Watch-Along that we've done so far in the Championship over the last few days. So if you have enjoyed it, then I highly recommend leaving a subscription. We've got more sporting content on the channel. We're only 44 subs away from 1,400. We would love to get there on the Sports Corner. But in terms of other content, of course, we've got plenty more World Darts Championship watch-alongs to come over the next few weeks. I'm going to be covering as much as I possibly can right up until the final. We've got a Wrestling Corner podcast, which is available every Tuesday. We've got live football watch-alongs with our next watch-along coming up on Boxing Day, which is Arsenal taking on Chelsea. Should be a good match indeed, that one. And then we've got NFL watch-alongs, which will be coming up in 2021 with the boys. They're going to be covering the NFL playoffs live on the channel next year, so it should be good for those of you that do watch NFL. But as for now, I will be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. There's an early set of fixtures tomorrow from 12, of course, another afternoon session. Mickey Mansell will be taking on Hau Pure. Darius Labanauskas, the Lithuanian, will be taking on Shengan Liu. Wayne Jones takes on Kieran Tian, and Jamie Hughes takes on Adam Hunt in the second round fixture to finish off the afternoon session. But as for now, have a fantastic morning, evening or afternoon wherever you are, and we hope to see you tomorrow night on the Sports Corner. But as for now, see you later. Good night.